Hello guys, thanks for joining. I was just trying to put a link in there. Typical, like all phones do, whilst I've done it. Always end up having problems. Today I've got a few things. I didn't see anyone jumping on, so I thought, well, one of my parcels turned up today, which is the chip from China. First of all, first one in the chat was Mr. JFix, and then it looked like Michael was in second, and official come in third. So yeah, there will be others that are jumping in on the stream. So yeah, I've waited about 3 weeks, just over 3 weeks for this. This is the chip for the Sharp linear record player, because obviously I nicked the chip out the other one to revive mine. Which still needs, I haven't ordered caps for that yet, because one, we've only got less than a week to Christmas, and then, you know, Boxing Day and New Year. So I'm going to get Boxing Day and New Year out, and then I'll, hopefully by then, the mail will all start going back to normal, because obviously there's still going to be a bit of a backlog, but I'm going to need to order some capacitors, which I will need, because I want to finish it off. So it doesn't make sense to actually try to get them ordered now on that front, because you know the chances are they're probably going to get lost. I'd rather just wait till after Christmas, get everything out there. Obviously, tomorrow is the charity stream that everyone is going to be watching for about 5:30. I'm hoping to get at least an hour and a half in before. Obviously, I've got my Christmas do coming up, meeting all my employees that I worked alongside with doing pest control. So, yeah, it's just unfortunate, but, you know, they have to pick a day when they're not working, because a lot of them, they're scattered all over the UK. So it's just nice to come down and meet up once a year. So at least I'll be able to get watching some of the stream and, you know, and see what takes place. So I'm looking forward to that. So, yeah, got the chip, so that's going to be installed today, so we can get that back up and running, because I've pinched the chip out of it. Also, I thought I'd fix my Commodore, and guess what? The bloody latch is broken in again. Every time I seem to fix the latch, it seems to fix and then re-breaks. So I want to address it, find out what's going on that front. So I'm thinking, let's get that done first before I crack on with the main part. That, because obviously I have to keep opening this up on this front. It drives me up the frigging wall. So I hate things being niggly. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's only 3 screws holding this in. There's no screws at the top, so it's held in by plastic lugs, which these broke. So I had to order some off eBay, which they was 3D printed. But obviously this one keeps breaking. I don't know what's going on. Why it's holding. This is personally my own working Commodore, so I do really want to get it sorted, but I just want it done. It just drives me freaking mad. So first things first, let me grab a screwdriver. Dave's Unbranded was on yesterday on that front, so yes, we was watching him playing some gaming on that front. It was actually quite cool. It's good to see other streamers at the end of the day, it really is. I see Ace come in. Ace always comes in and seems to upset everyone. That's just Ace being Ace on that front. He said, what is this? Mr. Ace always says, what is this, a repair or a chit-chat video? But as Dave Unbranded did put in the description, he was only doing tinning. He really didn't have a lot on, but because there was no one streaming, he thought it would just be great. Obviously, I had to get up. I've got to take the dog out. So, Betty buys early for me, unfortunately. I don't get much kip as it is. So. As it is, I had to put a lot of bloody screw in this one. Right, so the issue that's given me the egg, it is this one up in this corner. always tends to give me aggravation. So I'm pulling that out. I'm taking that out. Put that away. I want to address why this is giving me. Obviously, I put a little bit of glue down the bottom of this lug because this one wasn't sitting right for some reason. But for the God knows reasons, I don't understand why. I think I know why. I think I've seen the problem. The 3D print on this front is loose. It looks like. I don't know how well the camera is actually. Shouldn't be doing that. So I think I'm going to get the old dabber of the gel Loctite out. So I've got a couple of these. Plonk a little bit of the good stuff. Now obviously I'm one for super gluing my hands together constantly. So I'm trying not to get some on my fingers. It's difficult. It is difficult. Trying, the word try not to. This is coming out. For crying out loud. Don't tell me this is all blocked up. It's not coming out. So, I got these off AliExpress. I mean, don't get me wrong, not all AliExpress stuff. I mean, obviously, I did see Mr. PCDD, he ordered something for the laptops, what Mr. JFix recommended. But we did, as we see in the live stream, very poor quality. And for the price he paid for it, £90, it wasn't no sort of. No, you know, it's not exactly cheap when you start paying high premium prices like that. To me, that looked like a customer return. At the end of the state of the box, the way it just was appalling. At the end of the day, I think that's exactly as what it was. It was just a return, and he paid top money for that. So yeah, a little bit of a liberty there, I think. Yeah, this is the only thing with AliExpress. Good thing is about these sharp utensils. You can sort of like get it in there and give it a good squeeze. Now I'm going to leave that. Right, I'm not putting this back on. Obviously it's not going to stick yet, so you've got to allow it to bond, which I will do. There's plenty on it. Mr. Stu, we've had some really helpful people since I've joined. I've noticed one thing since I've joined this community. Obviously, like a lot of us, like Mr. MK's been doing streaming a lot longer than me. At the end of the day, like Andy, JFix is sort of like relevant about near enough the same time. Probably a little bit, a little bit more than what I've been joining this stream, and I have noticed that the community is very helpful and really grateful for all the help we can get, because it's like you said, it's all of that learning curve and I think the community's been great. I've said this to Mr. PCDD, you know, you can't thank him enough of the amount of help, and it does. I mean, some people obviously they're just doing it because it's fun, but the point of the matter is, it's all about expanding, gaining knowledge, which is going to take. It's going to take years. It's obviously not going to happen overnight, unfortunately. You know, but it does pay off. I wish I would have done. To be honest, I wish I would have done that earlier on and not left it, you know, later, too long late down the line. Mr. Stew, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for joining, and thank you for the link for the pots, because I was looking at them pots when I was around my mum, so on that front. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing, and thanks to all you. Yes, I was just explaining that. So yeah, thank you very much for joining, my friend. Obviously, this I thought I'd finish with my Commodore. No worries. But yes, the bloody top part of this keeps coming. For some reason, it just keeps. I think because these were £10 off eBay, and someone 3D printed these. Obviously, the Commodore 64s just have 3 screws, and they rely on these lugs, which normally just go up and over. And these are, obviously, being from 1983, these tend to go brittle very quickly, and these are the very first parts to break on that front. And so yeah, I've managed to sort the two of them bites down well. It's this one, it seems to like it leaves the corner up, and then it starts causing problems. So I thought, right, okay, I need to get that dressed, because obviously this is my own Atari, because Mr. Worms is working on my Atari ST boards, so hopefully he did show me some of the stuff, and yeah, he's done really well of trace repair on that front. I'm not saying that I can't do trace repair, but obviously I've got a ton of unfinished projects, and obviously it's getting the parts that I tend to find that's it's okay dealing with modern stuff, laptops, computers, things like that. You'll get a part to a certain degree, you won't have an issue. Try to get parts for retro stuff, oh my god, it's nigh impossible. I mean, I've had to buy a complete system without it not costing too much, because obviously these things are in dying breed, and to get one fully working, it's not heard of. If they are, they're mega expensive, which I found out at the end of the day. So obviously, while I'm in the chat, I will look at, you also did send some links for the laser assembly. Mr. Pico, who's been a great friend of mine, and he's really been helping me out, and I've helped him quite a bit as well, so it's good. It's sort of like, it keeps things going. Obviously he did try to repair it. Unfortunately, it still never worked, because it's not the assembly line, it's not the actual laser that's causing the problem, it's the whole assembly. It's just shot. It's so badly butchered. I'm thinking that's why 90% of them Grundig combis have the same problem. So yeah, well, I still got to source one of them, which the one that the link you sent, Mr. Stu, was the actual, just a laser. It's not the whole assembly, and that's the trouble. It's the whole assembly that's causing the issue, because obviously it's all worn, and it's just, whoever's done it, they've really broken it badly. Yeah, that's a full CD. Oh right, is it? I will double check that while I'm on the stream. Which, before I start on this beast, which is the Sharp record player, because if you remember correctly, in the last episode I nicked the original chip, because of the chips on these are virtually zero. They're just not accessible. You can get these ones from AliExpress and from China, but as I got warned, these won't last, and I don't know how long they last for. They could last for a week, they could last for a month. Mr. Pico, how you doing, my friend? I was just talking about you, just saying what a lovely person you are, and how hard working you do. So yes, so yeah, I was just explaining that this bloody Commodore, because these are 3D printed, it seems to split. So I've just put some super glue on that front. And today, Mr. Pico, me chip turned up, me audio chip for the linear record player. That, if you remember correctly, in the last episode, I took the board and swapped it over because obviously this got blown up and that front. So yeah, unfortunately, this being the China one, I haven't got high hopes of how long it's going to last for. So this is the reasons why, hopefully. But before I do that, I do want to check the laser assembly, because Mr. Stu's been putting links in. I want to get the correct laser assembly alignment for the right one for my Grundig, because obviously Mr. Pico done his wonderful job trying to put it together, which he did. He done a fantastic job, but unfortunately it still wasn't great, because I think they've chewed everything up, and this is the trouble with that type of these things. They just don't seem to, if you don't look after them, obviously someone comes along and gets the screwdriver, and you know where it goes, and before you know it, they bloody chewed everything else up on it. So let me grab that for a minute, and let me just grab the cheese down here. Now, obviously, this is the one that I did really. Obviously, I put everything back. So the mini disc is 100%, but as Mr. Stu said, there's different models, and we got to get the correct one for it to go on. Because when the link that you sent us, there was quite a few different ones, and there was on there 100%. But it's like you said. Obviously, I've been there's four different versions. So this is the reasons why I think it makes sense is to let's get the correct version, because I want to make note of getting the right version of this, because of this, the way it's the assembly all is. So I think the first thing I need to do first, while that's drying on that case. Actually, where did I put that? I don't. Oh, well, it's up there. Okay. So I want to get that. Chris, how you doing, my friend? Even Mr. Chris, he sent me some wonderful things through the post. So I'm looking forward to that. He sent me 2 chips and some. I forgot what it was what he sent. But it's something that that'll come in handy, very handy. So. Obviously, closer you're going to get to Christmas now, the post is going to get more and more tighter of getting stuff on time. This is why I've not ordered or sent anything out. That's, I think, I got warned about. Now, obviously, I didn't connect this up, even though Mr. Pico done a really good job on that, and I think that really helped that JB Weld. Unfortunately, this tracking mechanism is. For some reason, I think one, they've worn the cogs. I think, and 2, Mr. Pico done that really great job of pinning it. I still think that it wasn't ejecting and it wasn't sitting down to engage. And I think this is the issue. Even though the laser's good on there, which is normally 9 out of 10, the laser goes bad. But this is good because I managed, before it got really bad, I did manage to hold it in place, and it did spin up and it played. So hopefully, so I will keep everything just there it is, because there's no point taking all of this out. Obviously, the mini disc is absolutely fine on this, but I wanted to get the model number. As Mr. Stu recommended, there's 4 different types, and obviously I need to get the correct one. So I need to find what version this is. Now, before I do anything, let me go and grab, I need a pen and I need a paper. Actually, where's my little book? Let me grab my little book. I'm fed up, keep looking for bits of paper everywhere. Be easier. Obviously, I wrote all the caps down for the Sony. Obviously, that's another one that I got to order. Obviously, they're the pots. Now, again, Mr. Stu did put some in for the pots. So, I am going to be looking at that, Mr. Stu. So, thank you, because I have now got the models of what this is why it took me a while writing all these out. Obviously, this is the trouble when you're trying to restore stuff, because I know what's going to happen. Even though I've took half of them out, cleaned them, freed them up, it's like that Atari ST, not the Atari ST, obviously the Atari 2600. It's for that same reason. The bloody switches are a nightmare. Yeah, just be careful taking that tray out on that, because it's tight. But because there's a couple of times without it breaking again. Yeah, I mean, like you said, the trouble is with these don't take too much to actually break. I mean, I think the trouble is with 90% of a lot of these mechanisms, even back in the early 90s and the early 80s, they've done this deliberately because it keeps the cost down. Because obviously this is manufactured just as it is on that front. I mean, you probably would have, once upon a time, you could probably would have just got all of the parts on that. Yeah, you've got to be, yeah, you'll get that out carefully and you'll do it at the right angle. Yeah, lucky enough, I don't think I will need to take this out, because obviously Mr. Stu showed me there's some links on this. I did manage a couple of times. I know you did, yeah. So you're right. I mean, but Mr. Stu's found me a complete mechanism. So, but there's 4 different mechanisms. So I need to find out what mechanism this one is. So then I can then order the right one. Because remember, it has to plug in with that ribbon cable. Obviously, the laser's good. I mean, you know, if I can get, really, my problem is, it's not this that's causing me the issue. The issue that is actually causing is the complete mechanism, which is all of this tray mechanism. The way, because obviously, when you did see that as soon as I tried to push it out, it wouldn't load. It wouldn't push out. You got to help it. So it was obviously tried to. Well, that was due to the cog mechanism itself, obviously, which is here. So this issue is part of it to do with it, but regardless to how much copper grease you've put on, which has helped, I think that big cog where it's got a big split down it, that has not helped. You know, but again, everything's got to be in a tight tolerance for that to re-engage, because again, obviously we've got this one here that operates all of this, which is the laser assembly itself. But the main thing is, as you saw before, that this was virtually closed, which was then attracting the disc. So there's got to, because again, if you look at this, you shouldn't have that much wiggle room in that. It's just not. And I'm thinking that part of the issue is, which I concur, that it's all to do with this tray mechanism. It's too much tolerance, and it's causing issues for not to countersink all the way back, and then for that mechanism then to drop and then pick up the laser due to that. And I think that's where the issue is, because this has been so badly butchered by someone, which is a shame, because like I said, I did get that to spin up. So hopefully we can get that done, because I would like to replace that. Yeah, there is a replacement gears on AliExpress. Like me, it's missing tape. Well, you're not the only one, Stu. I've already got. I've got about 4 snapped teeth in here, and I won't go to the dentist. So obviously, I'll end up like a gummy bear in the end. Oh no. Also me. So yeah, if we all end up like gummy bears, so in the end, I just think, why do we need teeth anyway? I mean, most of the times I end up just suck. I mean, it's like if you try to eat a toffee, or mine is I've got a peanut allergy. I can't have anything with peanuts because I'm allergic to them. At the end of the day, and it's like everything. You end up putting it in your mouth and sucking it anyway, to a certain degree. So yeah. Now this is what Mr. Pico is on about. Obviously, he's managed to port. He's done the two sides. Right. Who's that? Mr. Peace? I was just talking about you, sir. Thank you so much for joining. No update on mine. I still think my item is. I don't quite understand what's going on. Right. I'm glad you've come in, sir, because obviously I thought that I was going to get my item, and when I checked AliExpress, obviously due to my item, I don't think I'm going to get mine before Christmas. I've got no hopes. I don't think is because one, I still had no update from customs, right? So if I click on shipped, all I get, right, and I did check this earlier on, that it says 1 minute it says it's at Heathrow, and then the next minute it's still saying that it's in the Netherlands. I don't quite understand. Obviously, this is the history of where it tells you, and then it says like import customs. This was on the 18th, and then it went to the 20th. It's absolutely ludicrous. So yeah, I haven't. I've not had no custom things yet. It's not been inspected by. Next minute it's saying it's arrived at your destination. It's been inspected by customs, and the next minute it's saying it's still in the Netherlands. What the hell is going on? I do not know. So yeah, I'm really baffled by that front. Have you had the custom? No, I've had nothing. All it just say is 1 minute it's saying it was at Heathrow. It's been inspected by customs, and then it was saying when I checked this morning, and then it got taken off. 1 minute it said it's now on its way to the customer, right? And I went, hang on, I've had no customs thing, right? It will go out to the local courier, which is obviously Royal Mail, and then the next minute they took it off, and then it's saying, oh no, it's still being inspected by customs in the Netherlands. I thought, what the freaking hell is going on? They can't make their mind up. So I turn it off. Just it'll turn up when it wants. Obviously, they can't make their mind up where it is at the moment. So yes, I thought I would have got mine just before Christmas Day, and it's not looking high hopes on that front. Right, so obviously, I don't think I would need to take this out. I think what the issue is, am I right in saying, Mr. Stew, that the model is up here on the laser assembly? This is what I've got, look, because it starts with KSS on this front. So obviously there's a pot there and the ribbon to go into it. Because again, I think that's what you was on about. There was 4 different models. Any codes anywhere? Right. Whoa. We've got one up here that actually says 994 VOA, and then that's got CD5, which that's coded onto that. This won't pick it up. Then we've got codes, obviously, on the motors, on these fronts. But that's the only code, really, to be totally honest, it's the only code, really, that's on the laser assembly, which is on this one here. That's the only code. There ain't no other code on it. Unless it's... We got this code that's got CDD3, and it's got 02. I'm assuming that is a date code. 02-1. So, and there don't seem to be... See, look, that's not doing nothing. Can you see what I'm saying? I think, because again, it's jumped off, and I think this is the issue that this has got. It shouldn't be doing that. This is why I think this mechanism's just butchered, which is a shame. Because it looks like it can't seem to grab. I mean, Mr. Pico put a lot of copper grease in there to try and sort of help the tracks. Yeah, it probably has. You're right. It's jumped off the cog. I think you're right. It is exactly it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but again, I think this cog is just. It's just. You know what's causing it, Mr. Pico? I think because due to that wiggle, it's too much. Obviously, as you can see from here, right? Look, the issue that it ends up having, right? Obviously, this bit here, there's supposed to have been padding in between that, and obviously you can see that it shouldn't be jumping up that high. There's about that much that it jumps off. So one, that I think that there's supposed to be something on this to keep this down, right? To keep this all in play, to keep in line with the cogs. And two, the cogs are not grinding, they're obviously not gripping on this back, because obviously on the problems it's got. I think that's its biggest flaw. Yeah, at that black cog it's toothed halfway, which I know, yeah, because that's got that notch. So that's exactly just what it is, and the teeth already right in place. So it's a certain amount of travel. Yeah, I'm thinking that's where it lays on this front. On that, and I'm thinking that's, you know, it's a shame, because like you said, I think that's part of its failure on that. Mr. Stew's put that out. So yes, so what type of code do I have to look for? I mean, I can't seem to find any more codes except for the code here, which says CDD. I'm thinking, like you said, because there's 4 versions of this, I just think it's just a teeth one. I agree. I think the teeth, I think where this is being shoved in and out so many times, I'm thinking that this is causing the issue of not engaging when the mechanism pulls it down, and then this automatically drops due to the twin motors, because one's going to be for the laser, the other's going to be for the assembly that pulls this tray up, because obviously no, it will pull it up, won't it? Because that's the idea. Because obviously you're supposed to have a gap between the CD itself. But I think that the issue is that all these teeth and on the cogs, I think there's got too much wear, and it can't do it justice. Because like you said, everything else, and this is reasons why I think this has failed. It's because again, it won't engage and then spin up, because these two talk to each other. Obviously they're on the same circuit, so this has to work first before that engages second, and it seems to be that way. It's because, like you said, obviously once this pulls in, obviously that then locks this mechanism in, which helps to pull it on the motor side, and then that then lifts it sort of engages up, which then keeps this the right amount of distance, so for then the laser to be picked up. Ozzy, thank you for joining, my friend. Yeah, if you remember, if you remove the laser assembly, you cannot see any of the codes on the tray until that. Right, Mr. Hotcows, I'm glad you're in, my friend. So yes, damn it. Yeah, not first. Mr. J-Fix was in first. Michael was in second. Stu come in third. And then Pico come in. The code is on the laser pickup. It's a Sony. Right. Well, that's interesting. So, what shall I do first? Shall I take this laser assembly out? Take this, because obviously it's not doing nothing. It wouldn't hurt to take this out. And then we can get the... because I really do want to get this done. Obviously, I've seen the price of these things. They're astronomically expensive. And even at the £70 mark, the bloody laser's still broke. So there's no point buying a £70 laser one that's already broke, because I'm in the same boat. So yeah, I've got a couple of bits to do today. Obviously, everyone was on Dave's Unfixed or Dave's Unbranded on his stream last night. So, well, that didn't take long, did it? Obviously, there's not much in there. And now I think I knew what Mr. Pico was saying. You can see the cogs in there now, and obviously, which you can actually see, he's 100% right. It's slipping on the cogs. It's not gripping the cogs. Jill. Thank you, Mr. Hot Cows. How you doing, sir? Hope you're all good. Did anyone watch? Obviously, Steve from Tronics Fixed. He managed to get that Neo Geo machine. What a machine! £1,000. The £1,000 machine. Awesome machine. I'd love to get my hands on one of them. Obviously, he was so lucky that all that needed was to strip down and cleaned. Because normally the chips go on them badly. He cocked up, left that the other side. What's the drive out of? The drive, my friend, it is out of one of these. Oh, it didn't take Mr. Rock Cows along, did it? It is out of. There you go. It is 30. Thanks, Charles. It means the world. Thank you for reminding me. You really made my day. So yes, hang on, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, to Mr. Ozzy, I'll answer his question. It's a Grundig Fine Arts, obviously, mini disc and a CD player. It's a combi, so the screen's split. Top half is for the CD, the bottom half is for the mini disc. So you normally just got a switch, but obviously this is looking that it just sits there because due to the mechanism, it's not there. It's just no, that's just Velcro underneath the tray. Carrefour, I was just explaining. I was just wondering when you was just going to say, I'm waiting for Mr. Worms to come out saying, don't worry, we'll get the odd glue. We get the glue out. There you go. We got to have it. There you're welcome. So yeah, let me get me torch. It's only a little torch, but it's a little torch. It does make me laugh. So Mr. Pete, I think Mr. Pico is 100% right, as he, like a lot of these people, are very, very knowledgeable, more knowledge than me. I still can't get over that. That always tickles me, that does. Everyone's got their little quirks, and I love their little quirks. It's a quirky day today. So obviously, the issue that we've got, if you have a look underneath, that the issue is, look, obviously Mr. Pico recommended that it is not obviously sitting in that track because there's too much wiggle room, and I think the teeth are worn, which is not helping to. I mean, obviously where they've shoved this in and out trying to get the bloody disc in and out, what they've done, they've shaved a few mil off the actual off the tracks. The tracks have been shaved as well as the gears, so obviously now there's not enough engagement for that to be engaged to pull all the way back and forwards, and this is its problem. So really, for the sake of this, it's complete scrap, which is a shame because, like you said, to replace it, there's no chance in living hell that you're going to be able to 3D print one of these. The specifications, I'd hate to think, unless you're really, really, good of buying it. But lucky enough, Mr. Stew did manage to find one, but there's 4 different models. So obviously the laser assembly is actually good. I don't need this. I just need this that's causing the problem with all the gears. I could swap all this out. It's just this bloody complete cage. It's giving me the headache. and it looks like I'm not the only one, because 90% on eBay has got the exact same issue. They've got multiple issues. Rather, the assembly's, the assembly's been butchered, or it's got a dead laser on this one. This one's good. It does work. It's just a shame that this won't engage onto, as I explained before. This is the first. It has to engage before the laser, because if this ain't closed, it doesn't then tell the sensor that the tray's all the way up, and then makes the motor spin. For this, obviously, that's the idea of picking it up. So unfortunately, there's not a lot I'm going to be able to do on that, because Mr. Pico's obviously give that a damn good go, that front. I mean, look, you can see, look, can you see it? It engages when I push, when it's down properly. But obviously, if this is sitting up and then it's tried to pick up, it struggles, because that cog has got a massive split in it, which is, you can see right there. He did do a fantastic job trying to put it, and it was split halfway, and it was so open. But I'm thinking that the tolerances on this, and again, due to them tracks, because look, it's jammed, and this is the problem. Look, and I've not jammed it because I'm thinking that this mechanism is not sitting 100%, and I think due to all the cogs on it, yeah, now it's sort of like helped it. But if that, obviously, you've only got that tiny motor, and if this is only a 5-volt motor, what is it? 5.9 volts going through that. So a 5-volt motor ain't got enough pull to actually, if this is jamming up. Yeah, 3D print a new gear. You could, but the only downside to that is that this tray is still, I'm still thinking that something's not right. Obviously, we've got this, and that's not right, because what's actually happening, this is what's causing part of the jamming side as well. I think there was something supposed to go on there. They're like pads, like a pad to go down to keep these trays pulled down to a tight tolerance, because the disc it went in and then it got stuck, because obviously we're supposed to have a clearance here, and I'm thinking that this is causing part of the issue. Yeah, the teeth on the tray itself might be worn as well. See, that's the trouble, and it sort of does make sense, because right where you said, where you've done the repair, which is in that corner, that big cog, I can try and hold it, you can actually see. Can you see what I mean? With it, it's slipping and it's jamming. So obviously there's two things going on here. It's jammed again. See, look. So this is exactly what's happening. So one, that big cog is not helping, and two, like you said, the teeth is partly worn. So you're getting that action where it's sort of jamming, and then it won't go until you sort of help it. And for a 5-volt motor, I think that's the only issue it's got. But you obviously, it's all right trying to get one of these, but you can't. So yeah. So what one do I order, Mr. Stew? Because obviously I've took this out. Obviously we've got like issues with the. This is obviously the motors. This is obviously the laser assembly on that front. We've got a mod on. We've got some form of mod on there. I can punch these in, but my biggest issue is this one here, which is this is what's giving me the headache. On that black cog and the teeth, it's rounded halfway. It's round on a different part. So yeah, the two sets of teeth are on one cog. You're right, yeah, because you've got the small cog on top of the big cog, obviously, and that's what gauges then another cog that sits in front of that and then turns that. Repair, print, and for services a bigger gear. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is possible. Like you said, I mean that's one good aspect of owning a 3D printer, but you've got to get that specification. Obviously, you don't. I mean, you obviously Mr. Hotcales has got 3D printers. A few people have got 3D printers. You know, and the trouble is, you don't want to waste that stuff. It's bloody expensive. Strip it down. Strip it down, and you might as well try to replace it anyway. Well, obviously it's got to come out, but then this is where you've got to be careful, because like you said, you put this in, and I do not want to break this. So let me get me, let's get me a little pick. I did try tidying my desk up to the best I can. It still looks bloody junked up. Which don't help. Bloody hell, do you know what? When I see these tools, right, I'm having bad visions in my head. I'm thinking, bloody hell. I'm thinking, this is what they're going to operate on. They're going to take the rest of your broken teeth out of your head. And you're thinking, no, that's all right. I'll give that one a wide berth. I'm thinking, no. There's me getting plucks and things like that. Thinking, oh, God, no. So, what's that? Multiple issues. I know the problem. Charles, it is obviously, yeah. it's not that much. Yeah, you're getting a replacement in case, so it doesn't really matter if you break it. No, it's true. That gear would cost about 10 pence to print. Yeah, obviously, you're right. Obviously, on that front, they're obviously not that expensive to print, but you try not to waste. I hate wasting things. Obviously, that's why I'm always been a bit of a hoarder. You know, you're thinking, you know, always handy. I mean, Mr. Pico really helped Andy out there by obviously sending him a complete VCR, getting that assembly line, because the chances of getting one of them was again very strict to zero. That front. I'll say one thing, sir. You have done a fantastic job. You welded that together, because that is literally is what it's done. It really has done. It's really done its job. And I think that's about the right tolerance, because obviously, when you look at the tolerance level where you've put that in, you've cut little grooves on that, and that's really helped it. Because like you said, I think that was about the right tolerance, what it should have been to start with. Because look, hardly any wiggle, and you've got the guidance there. I think the problem part was up here, because again, it shouldn't have that much play in it. So I still think that there was something in between that to push this track down, to keep this track just like it was there. So it put tension, but not too much tension. Do you know what? If I took that out, the chances are that's going to break, because I can actually foresee it, that how much tension you've actually done. You've put that to a zero tolerance level on that front. That is not coming out. I'm just forcing my thumb ever so slight. Obviously, there's no resistance on this, so you can't push it anyway. You've done that really to a tight tolerance level. Maybe there was originally under the bridge part. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, the tracks on there, they don't look worn, the tracks, but then without comparing it, I mean, there's only one track on this side anyway. It won't be another track, because all the mechanism's up this end. I got it out a couple of times. It was just the right angle. Right, okay, my friend. I'll try that. I know what you mean. Try and go at an angle. There you go. I know what you're trying to say. Bend it at an angle, but not put too much force to break it. There you go. and I didn't break it. So I think what you've done is, because this is a bit flexy, push it at an angle, pull it out, unloose it, and then straighten it up and pull the other side out without breaking it. And I've done that, and I ain't even broke it. So yeah, I think I know you've done it. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, I think that the issue is, obviously we can get a better thing now, and now you can see the issue that what Mr. Pico has done here, which I still think is fantastic. They've managed to do it, but I think part of the issue is this cog, because again, this cog is a timed cog, and there on that front. So I'm thinking that, and again, the issue was also part. I think the two biggest issue parts is, it might even be three parts. I think one, the inner wheels obviously not grinding, it's not touching properly. But the main issue is that this is partly worn. This has obviously got the issue on this front. Obviously this big cog, because of due to the big split, and the cog, which you can see, I don't know how well this comes up, but the cog is actually dipped. So this is not obviously sitting right due to the problems that cog's got. And I think, which you can see, it's offset, and I think that's one of the biggest parts. And looking at the white cog right in the center, that white cog looks, the cog on that. So this is a cog issue. I would say this is more of a cog issue than anything else. So obviously that middle cog, the white cog's worn. And this one here that's causing the issue. I think if I could have got these two replaced, I think this could have been repaired. It's a strong possibility, which is, like you said, trying to get these on. Oh, frigging nightmare. Let me grab. You can actually see. Let me put it on something flat, and I'll show you. I think the issue is that the cog is warped, and you can see it. The cog is warped. It's absolutely mad. It's out by tolerance, because I think what's actually happened. Obviously, this is not gauging properly, and you can't tell it justice because you can't see. But I can see that cog is not sitting 100% flat. So if I took something flat and then sit on it, I can see, for the love of God, that there's the actual cog itself is warped, and it's warped right where the repair is. Obviously it's pulled it down for its tolerance levels, and it's a shame, because again the issue is right here where this is split. So if I put the raised bit underneath it, right, so then it's flat, and then compare it and have a look, which you can't really tell, and it really can't do it justice, but you can actually see there's a few mil that is actually dipped down and gone back up, and I'm thinking that's what's causing part of the problem. That's part of the problem. So obviously this needs to be replaced. You know, obviously Mr. Pico's done a wonderful job there trying to do it, but again, this is a timed piece on this front, and again that's all like melted, obviously. So again, that notch is obviously like a stopping mechanism on that front. So I'm thinking that part of it's causing this. And again, because this is one cog that's got two lots of teeth on, the teeth don't look too bad. Looking at the teeth, they don't look like they're there's bits missing off it. But there is a stressing point. I can see a hairline fracture right on this side as well. So it was only going to be a matter of time before that would have split right across. And I think this is what's causing the issue on that front. Obviously, you put enough copper grease around it. And again, done a wonderful job on that corner. And then again on that corner. Really good. But I'm thinking that is not helping. I think that's what's causing it, is to dip down. And it's not engaging that track. Yeah. Take out the cog and clean them up and inspect the teeth. It was also, I was afraid that it was, it's been opened up once. Yeah, it's a fully set of alignments to pull the teeth. I'm thinking that the teeth don't look too bad. The actual, I think the issue is this cog has got, it's had too much stress, because I can see an airline fracture go all the way over, and you can't, the camera can't pick it up. But obviously, if you have a look, I don't know how well the camera can actually paint, but from that bad point, there's a split right on the top, and it falls in line with the suit, and the airline fracture looks like it's heading. So obviously starts from the top here, which you know, you might just be able to see, but it looks like the airline fracture is going down this way. So it looks like it was trying to put too much stress, so it's gone up. Obviously it's split this wide open, but obviously the cog, it looks straight, but I can assure you it's not. Right where that weld is, I can see it from the naked eye. You've got a high and low point, which really don't do it justice. And I think that's what's causing it. It's not engaging the track 100%. Yeah, you can get a new cage. I can see some of the 3D prints, 3D print cog replacement. If you send it to them, yeah. I mean, if anyone wants to have a go at doing a 3D print of that cog, by all means, be grateful. Because again, you can't buy the cog. That front, obviously, that is causing part of the issue. Because like you said, it's not the rest of the case looks all right on that front. Besides that, I think there was tracks missing, so it wasn't keeping this down as well. But that is warped. Seriously, you've got some warp on that. Put it on the, put the idea out on Discord and make sure someone has a 3D printer. I will do, bud. Yeah, it's not a bad idea at the end of the day. But obviously, I'll put it back here. I won't put it back in there because it's not doing it. I'll leave this out as well. Obviously, because you won't get to it. But I'm thinking that the mechanism, obviously, but I'm just wondering if could I get the actual cage. I have loads of printers, but postage in the UK is mate, I tell you, well, get it this way. I went to send some cards to my sister. She lives, I've got two. I've got one that lives in Sydney and the other one lives in Cairns, right? And just to send a card to both, to two lots, because obviously I've got a couple of sisters living out there, and just to send it to Australia, right? Only sending cards, obviously you have to put a declaration in for it. Yeah, ridiculous. £27 in postage and fees and import duties and taxes. And we had to put a declaration sticker on. Obviously, customs in Australia is really tight. They scrutinise everything because obviously, which is understandable. I wish we had the same policy on that front, because then it wouldn't be in a mess that it is. But obviously, now we get literally everything. So on that front, but yeah, it's I mean that proves it. You ain't even got to be Australia. Obviously, me and PCDD ordered that stuff from China. Now, obviously, the UK, it won't make no difference if we was in the EU, right? We still have to pay import taxes and duty costs. Obviously, Mr. PCDD ordered that power supply. He had to cough up £50 for import fees and £12 handling fee. So if we was in the EU, we still have had to pay it. So it made no difference anyway on that front. So he's come to £62. Now, obviously, mine cost £20 more than him. So obviously, my £20 is obviously going to be reflected because it pushes the price up. So I've got to pay a little bit more import duty. So Australia ain't that much. It's no cheaper than anywhere else. So yeah, you're right. Sending it is, and again, the post is not great at in Australia. I know, because I know by my sisters that live out there. They said their postal services are really, they're a joke. You sound like the UK. Obviously, we've only got one. We've got a couple where obviously Australia are very limited to what they have out there. So yeah, I know what it's like sending stuff abroad. It can. Yeah, it's like it's never too. It costs just the same as 2 cards. Yeah, it sounds about right. I know how much it is. It's absolutely ludicrous on that front. Who's that at the door? Postman? I don't know who that is. Probably like we've had Jewish witnesses come up to the door and said, like, preaching about, oh God, Bronson wanted to kill him. I said, no, Bronson, don't eat them. don't eat the Jewish witnesses. So they was banging at the door. They started preaching about, you know, there's a word of the God. I said, look, I'm not into cults. Oh, we're not a cult, dear. We're not a cult. I said, look, all religions are cult, right? I said, look, I'm a bit of a patriot. I said, at the end of the day, I'm not really, ain't got time to worry about preaching to God and everything else. If he comes, he comes. If he don't, he don't. Okay, dear, thank you for your time, she went. Yeah, there's plenty of people Discord. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're on that front. They did make me laugh. They're very polite, Jehovah's Witnesses, but they do like preaching. They do, you know, like all preachers, they do like banging at your door. People don't give them the time of day, and they're quite rude, and obviously there's no need for that. But obviously you don't want to get played, because if you accept them, then that's it. They'll keep coming back. It's a KS 1213C CD Mecca in my option and research. Thanks, Mr. Stew. So have we got so what? How would you come to that conclusion? Have you looked at the laser assembly? I mean, obviously this ain't got no markings except for that marking at the top, because that was saying 02. It's got an 021 number, which you obviously can see right there. That's the only number it's got on that mechanism. I mean, obviously I have a pack of tarot cards, and when they come to the door, I would like to say, listen, everyone. This is all I can say. I can shuffle everything, shuffle these cards, and then they soon run away. Here they come back. That's the only thing with having banging at your door. You know, yeah, each to their own. Yeah, I just don't force them to. That's just the trouble. You're trying to be polite. I mean, some people, I couldn't do it. I'm not that type of person. But some people tell them, you know, they knock at your door, and they bring all the family. They bring the kids and everything. And I've heard some people actually say, "Oi, pee off, right? We don't want your kind round here." And I went, well, there's no need for that at the end of the day. And they're still polite. They say, "Oh, thank you for your time." At the end of the day, Bronson just wanted to eat them. I went, "No, Bronson, don't eat them. Then, you know, you're not going to get no pleasure from eating that." He went ballistic. And they went, "Okay, thank you for your time, sir. Well, can we leave you a leaflet?" They still insist on leaving you a leaflet. "Oh, no, I haven't got time to read. I can't. I'll say I'm not very good at reading." "Oh, that's okay. You can look at the pictures." They got answer for everything, these Jehovah's Witnesses. They're fantastic. They literally just come out. Well, that's all right. You can look at the pictures. One of them did. They said, "Well, if you can't read, you can look at the pictures." I went, "Well, I ain't really got time. I'm rather busy." "Well, okay, we can come back next week." I went, "I'd rather you not." I said, "But you know," I went, "because I'm a rather busy person. But we're always in the neighbourhood, sir." So they said we can always pop by and say hello at the end of the day. I went, "Well, thank you for the kind suggestion." I said, "But I'd rather you didn't, you know, put it into someone that really does need it." You know, and they went, "That's no trouble at all. But we might pop back again next week." So I think, "Oh no, for crying out loud. I'm trying to be polite here to say I really don't want you banging at the door, obviously." So Jehovah's Witnesses, you've got to love them on that front, yeah, literally. But don't, whatever you do, don't ever encourage them, but they will never leave you alone. Never. I never got left alone. And I was trying to be polite as possible. I'm saying, "Oh, please don't, no." And they ain't been back since. So I thought, oh, that's a blessing. That really is a blessing. Yeah, it was just as well I put all these screws in. I usually just remove the fusing. That's the only thing, Mr. Garfor. It's like you do. You try not to. You try not to literally. My mum's terrible. She's you know, as she's got the devil's tongue. She tells them to pee off. I couldn't do that. You know, there's no need to go that extreme at the end of the day. But then she's East End. It's just the way she's been brought up. She said, "Stop, keep banging at the bloody door, right? You're causing a nuisance." I think, oh no, repairs. I love it. So yes, not the greatest on that front. I wouldn't go to that extreme. I really wouldn't. Stu's messaged you in Discord. Thank you, bud. Let me just go and grab that. No, you shouldn't really tell them to. I won't go to that extreme, but obviously some people do. I wouldn't encourage it. I don't even know how we got onto it. But it was only because one banged at the door the other day. Mr. Hotcows put a load of chairs in. Nice, Mr. Hotcows. Right, Stu. Stu, is this on your Discord page? It might be. Obviously, you found me some pots there to actually go on that front. Because it's not show. I can't. There's so many bloody pages on these. Mr. MK, I'll get so confused because he's got like 10,000 posts. I'm thinking, hang on a minute, I can't remember what's he posted it on. No, I messaged you on Discord. Oh, right, okay, bud. Right. Pico. Right, I've messaged you on Discord. Right, okay. So if I go into my Discord page. Oh, bloody hell. Discord, these pages. Right, general chat. No, it's not coming. Oh. What's this one? Pico. No, I messaged. Oh, right. Sorry, bud. I see it now. No, I messaged Stuart on Discord. Thank you. I'm looking for it. I'm trying. I'm trying to look for something and I can't bloody find it. I think, you know, there's all these posts. I don't even know where they're going. I explained that I'm wrong. That I died a few times. It just goes dark. I think, oh no, pause. No. Oh, he's messaged Stu. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, bloody yeah. So what I do, I think I wrap up the laser, right? I've got some bubble wrap in there, and I put this back in. Obviously, in that front. Shame though, because like you said, I think that's the only part of the issue it's got. I mean, obviously I've got all the front and everything, but it's funny, isn't it? 90% of all what's on eBay got the exact same issue. This must be a common failure that obviously the mini disc works, but obviously the CD player goes, and obviously I think this is part of its failing point. But this is warped. I can see it. It's seriously the warpage. I don't know how well it can pick it up, but you can actually see it. It sort of goes up and then it goes back down again. And I think that's due to the stress that where that split from that point. Obviously, I mean, he's done a fantastic job, Mr. Pico, to not only put pins in, but weld it. But I'm thinking the damage is already done because this is where it dips. It dips and then goes high and then back low again. And I think what it's doing, where this is going round, as this is spinning round, it's obviously missing a track. It's you know, which is a shame. I think in that, don't tell me that would actually fix it. if there was one of these. But that must be a common failure because all the others have failed. Let me go and get, because I want to keep that laser assembly. I don't want to break it. Yeah, so obviously you've done a fantastic job on that. Steve from Tronics Fix. It was all it wanted was a clean, and he's obviously got $1,000, machine now. Now he's got one up and running, which is very rare. It's like you said, very very rare. You don't normally get to actually try to get them are not the easiest things to do. I'd even try to get someone to 3D print that cog in the meantime. Yeah, get 10 gig, fix them all. Well, do you know what? If they've all got the same bloody problem, depending if they haven't got laser issues, obviously. I mean, like here, I bought this one, right? I bought this. This is a brand new laser assembly for a PlayStation 2 because the PlayStation 2s are notorious for their lasers going bad. But the trouble is, this one, they give me the wrong bloody laser. And then they refunded me and they said, no, keep the laser, but it's a brand new laser. But so you have to make sure you get the right laser assembly because again, the issues that these end up having, if it won't pick it up, it causes problems. And that's a shame because it's again a brand new laser that they sent the wrong one out when I was doing it. In the end, I had a broken one come in and I just swapped the whole assembly over, so not only did I get a refund, but they said keep it. It's not worth sending it back. Now obviously I'm going to put that on top because I'll leave the cog out, right? I think I'll leave the cog out of it. But I've put everything back in. So, just like you said, these are really nice machines. It would be great to actually get this one. I mean, I just, you know what it is? I don't like leaving half-eaten projects open. So basically, you're trying to finish a project, but as I said in this stream from the beginning, getting parts is the most difficult thing to do. I know by that record player. I had to buy a complete record player because obviously I found the problem and it ended up being the motor. Obviously all the counterweights were all gone from it. It wasn't enough to spin the platter, which that's the only thing it needs. But can you buy it? No, it's not. It's just it's a no on that front. You have to buy a complete system. And the one that I bought was in pretty good nick, and it had all the plans with it as well, which now makes it even more valuable. And all that was wrong with it, it was just a stylus issue. And and the bulb wasn't working, which I managed to sort out. Fixed them two, fully up and running. Obviously, and then I fell off the chair how much they was worth. I thought, bloody hell, they are expensive. Right, before I do that, right, obviously, I've got the. How is that? Is that glue stuck now, or is that still wet? I think it's still wet. Yeah, it's still wet. It's still not great. Before I do that, then. Obviously, Mr. Andy was having issues with running cables. He was talking about the other day, yesterday actually, talked about running armoured cables through his property, on giving out where he's got to go from his consumer unit down to that. Do you know what I did? I didn't do none of that. Obviously, he wants to run where he can run anywhere up to the point where we can, get proper power into his shed at the end of the day. What I actually done, I actually took the most thickest cable you can buy, an extension cable, right? Run it all the way down. I run it from the wall because I'm in a first floor block of flats. I run it along the wall. I obviously put it in some piping so it was all shielded at the end of the day, because again, regulations, the councils are, all boroughs are really got strict tight rules of that, especially in flats since the Grenfell Tower at the end of the day. And I channeled all mine all the way up to my shed. Now from my flat to my garden is 50 foot obviously, so I needed a lot of cable, and I actually installed my own just by that, and all I had to do was just literally then just plug it in an existing socket at the end of the day, and I can run 90% of everything down here without it tripping out, and that was the cheapest option I ever done, and that took me a couple of hours to do on that front. So you ain't got to be rocket science to try and work it out. Obviously, Mr. Swindon don't know how to do things like that, and to do it properly you really need armoured cable to come back for consumer unit and then get it hardwired, or you go down the other route, which I've done, which is the one that I did show previous, that you can go from a balcony, like put solar panels in, buy an MPT controller, cut the car batteries right at the end of the day, and a couple of solar panels, and in that way it regenerates, puts energy in, and obviously the MPT controller does all of the work, takes it takes all the sunlight, puts it, then it controls it. That's what them MPTs are, and it dumps it all in the battery. So the more batteries you got, I've got one battery out there, a car battery, and that charges all my mobile phones up, and I've got one solar panel which produces about 36 watts at the end of the day. It's more than enough to charge them phones up. It gives me free electric. Obviously I'm in a flat, I can't put no more bloody solar panels up, so on that front. But yeah, there's a couple of routes you can go down. It's whatever route you feel comfortable with. So what I was going to do, let me take a picture of this and put this into, Mr. Pico, if I actually put this onto your Discord on that front, let me get a nice piece of white paper, and then I will take a sheet of paper from my printer, obviously my laser printer, and then I can see the warpage in it now. It's severely warped. Right, cool. It's done. That can go back in the printer. Don't waste the paper. Let me go back into Discord. Chat. Pico. I'm going to go into General, sir, and I will add that in. Hold up. Added. Oh yeah, got click plus. That one and that one. There you go. All done for you, sir. They are now in your general that I just uploaded. So let me put that piece of paper back. Take photos of the sides as well. Yeah, okay. I need to hold this up with something so I can get. Yeah, you can see it. It is warped, seriously warped. You might be able to do it a lot better if I can show you what I mean. You can see the bend in it. It's right where that split is. It's warped it. I'm thinking at the end of the day. Shame. Let me go back into that. can do that again, and then take that one, and that one, and then I'll update that and get that one done as well. There you go, sir. Thank you very much for your kind helpness. I'll keep that cog out, so it tells me I'm going to need that. Right, obviously this is still waiting to dry, so, which I don't really want to upset, so this one's going to be the big one, so I'm going to have to move the camera as high up as I can, which is shocking, but I've got to. You know how big this beast is. She's not the, she's not exactly, what was them screws out of? Oh, for the, right, okay, yes. So put that over there. Oh look, there's the other bloody 3 screws. Oh, for crying out loud. Right, pop them up there for a minute. So, this is where the old beast comes into play. Oh my god. Obviously, I didn't clean the mould off it, I just left it. Obviously, we found the issue that this chip had gone bad. This is the one that this was the original chip. The amplifier STK 4141. This is the one that originally went bang on that front. Obviously, I took all the thermal paste off it as well. So yeah, not the greatest. So now that can go in the bin. I don't need it, obviously. That can go out in the trash. Oh, before I do that, no, I better double check. It's just dawned on me. Just take. I took photos on both sides out, my friend. Before I do that, let's just confirm that they give me the right bloody one before I do anything. That's why I didn't throw it away. Yeah. I think that these cheap Chinese knockoffs, I think this is the old one. I think this is the reasons why the old boy was saying about these don't last long. This is the reasons why I swapped out the original and not put a brand new one in, because obviously this wouldn't last. I don't know how long these will last for. He did warn me about these from China. He said they will get it working. He said, but I can't tell you how long it would last. So, looking at the... So, obviously, this being the original, and this being... It's got about the same weight. I'd say it's got about the same weight. But they opened these up and they said there wasn't, you know, it wasn't like the original ones. You can do it. So what I need to do is count how many pins we've got and then count. I think it's right. I think what they're saying on it. Now this one's obviously got a mark date. This one. So obviously we got a code date on there as well. Which on this one, it says 4. That says on here 414, yeah. Now this one is obviously (1B). Let's wipe all that white thermal shit off it. So obviously this one's saying on here 414. This says 414. This one says this new one says 1. it's obviously saying 112, it says 12, and this one says 1B, right, F, and that one's obviously got a D. So this one's got more of a date, this one's got a longer code, this one's got a shorter code. So again, there must be variations of how they've done these. So this is what I was saying about swapping it over. When they said in the forum, they said, no, just swap over the bloody board. Don't muck about trying to take it out. Obviously, I've done well of looking how well of all in pins, and I didn't break it. That's not easy to do. Because the old boy said, no, he said, it's once that chip goes, he said, that's it, it's game over. So no, we should be all right. I still never counted the bloody pins. I should count the pins, make sure to double check. I think we'll be all right. I don't think that there's don't think that's a fake. That looks like a genuine. No, the trouble is, no car for the old boy that it does all my audio stuff. If I can't fix it, he said that he's been doing his job since the early 80s, when he went into tech and repairs, and being a technician, amplifier technician, he actually did turn around and said that that there was replacements for these. He said, but he said unfortunately the China ones, he said they look genuine, but his mate managed to get one open. What he done, he lasered it. He used a laser. That's how. He said he used a laser to cut it open to have a look inside, and he found that compared to a blown one to the China one, he said that there was night and day difference. So he said that, and which he did say to me, he said, if you ever get another one of these, he said, don't put the China ones in. He said, because he's replaced them in the end. He said, I won't do them no more. He said, because they kept blowing. They didn't last very long at the end of the day. That's all he said. He said they didn't last very long. And this is a prime example. Yeah, there's 90% fake ones on there, so you can get genuine ones as well. I mean, that was 20 quid. So, you know, at the end of it, I mean, what did the record player cost me? £50 all in, right? So this set me back 50, and it did have a few issues, obviously, which I'm hoping to repair today once we get this up and running. The tape deck wasn't working. I could hear the motor spinning, so to me, straight away, that is. Yeah, there's also about 200 different versions. Yeah, the trouble is, that's exactly it. There's two. How the heck are you supposed to know these things? And obviously, the belt's still broke on this. The belt's gone on this, so there's no point me ordering a belt for this, because one, the stylus is being completely ripped out on one side for the second part, and the first part of the record player, the head's missing. So obviously, it was salvaged for parts, but for 50 quid, it was worth that, buying the original chip, because obviously that's my original one, and it went bang live on stream. It just took it out. But now I found that since I swapped that over, the issue it's got now is the capacitors are literally gone. They just need replacing. So obviously I'm hoping today that we can get this. There, look at this one. You can actually see it. So I can get them soldered in. Identical. Yeah, fine. All I keep doing is touching bloody thermal. I will need to put some thermal grease on this one. So hopefully, let me get rid of this chip, because now I can get rid of it, dispose of it. Obviously, I didn't throw the chip away until I received a new chip. So I think what I'm going to do, just put this back ever so carefully, because I don't want to break it. Now I'll have to wrap that chip up because obviously. Right, let's put that chip to one side. Now I'm going to have to start taking all this off. It's the only thing with this bloody record player, it's so frigging big. It literally is, this thing's a beast of a system. It's absolutely a beast of a system. It seriously weighs something at all. Yeah, you won't want to drop this. Oh, the dog's gone. He always goes every time I tend to get the thing out. Now, if I remember correctly, I don't think I put any on the bottom of this. If I remember correctly, I think I actually put them behind it. I only put a couple of bolts back in. Retro. Right, cogs. Right. Yep, the phone up. Be easier. Hi folks, just Retro sure needs a replacement cog. This is what I love about the community. Look how good this bloke is. Retro's put a replacement cog for a repair for the original part that's hard to find, no longer available. Just wondering if anyone might be able to 3D print a replacement. I've attached 2 photos. Can you please provide measurements if need? I can provide measurements if needed. Cheers. And obviously, he has put. Now, obviously, he's put that one on there. And that one on there. So, looks like an old Roman coin to look at it, but that's what I love about Mr. Pico. Top geezer. But there's not just Mr. Pico, there's a lot of other good, genuine people that love helping. And I totally agree. It's what it's all about, helping each other. Which is not normally, it's not heard of, because you normally don't hear people helping. Everyone, you know, I always said that there is genuine people in the world, you know, and 100% there is. And it's just nice to know. Right, hang on, I forgot fucking screws. This one was a bit of a, if I remember correctly, this one was a bit of a kerfuffle. Where was the screw? Right, one screw. Was that one screw? Yeah, one. Let me grab the. No, Bronson's gone back out again. Obviously, it spooked him out. Obviously, we've got some serious discoloration here. Obviously, it's gone like a grey, and up this end, this looks like this has been laying near a window or something, and the sun's obviously discoloured the plastic. What was I watching last night? I was watching someone. Oh, it's a bloody. I was watching someone on the live stream that had an Amiga 500, and he was trying to put this RAM in, and then the machine wouldn't boot up. Yes, Mr. Carfor. Yes, that is. It's Mr. Carfor again. Oh, fuck, Jesus. Well, hang on a minute. I've got to get a fucking screwdriver there. That's the only thing. These bloody things talk them up. You can't fucking never undo them. Yes, Mr. Carfor has been very helpful. So we've, like I said, we've got a fantastic team on board on that front. I think Mr. Stew recommended that it would have been great if we could all get together in a community. Obviously, I could fill up I think me and Pico could actually fill up a hall by ourselves. The amount of gear I've got is astronomical. You know, obviously all these bloody Xboxes, PlayStations everywhere at the end of the day. What a great community. I mean, these big retro events, these do very well. Obviously, they do happen. The last one was the Crash magazine one. It was, unfortunately, it was too far up. It was all the way halfway in Manchester. It would have took me about 5 hours by train. Oh, it's not really, I'm not saying it's not accessible, but 5 hours journey, or even by train, it cost a fortune. So yeah, I would have totally get where, obviously, where Mr. Stew was coming from. It would have been ultra cool on that front. I've got to try. That's been done up by that. It's been up by one of these bloody things. Now I can't undo it. Being talked too much. Oh, here you go. No, right, she's undone. It's just stiff. Freaking hell. Right. Now hold up, there wasn't nothing underneath there, was there? No. Don't tell me there was another bloody screw. Let me double check. Yeah, there is. I must have put 2 in. I thought it was held by something. I thought, oh, it's being held. Obviously, these machines, these are wonderful machines. I don't see many of these wonderful machines. So, obviously, this one's got a little bit of damage to the top, and it is incredibly filthy. Obviously, it's got green mildew. It's got green mildew quite out of it. Looks like it's, it looks like it's been in a different type of environment. So yeah, I don't know what's happened to that. I don't think that I think this poor machine's really been through its paces. Now, obviously, it's behind here what we need to get to. I mean, I still need to get to this because I've got to replace the belts. I've got a pack of belts, so I'm hoping I can source a belt out of it. Get the cassette back up and running. Oh, right, no. It's just as well because there's a screw behind it. Cool. Go. Right, so let me spin around. Get it the correct way. There she is. Even with that mechanism out, this freaking thing weighs. It's got some serious weight to it. You won't want to post it. It costs a bloody fortune. Now, obviously, if you remember the last time that I unsoldered all this, because obviously I swapped this board out because obviously I didn't really want to start unsolder the other one and wait till I get the new chip to put it in. So it was one of you suggested, just why don't you just take it out of the bloody board and just unsolder it and you swap it over, and I thought, do you know what, that's not a bad idea. It'll save me the headache. Obviously, then once I've got the new chip in, it won't be so bad. So I am going to still need to get to that point. Once I've got this out, then it ain't so bad. That's the one. So oh, look at it. We've got a dead carcass in here. So we've got a dead spider, nice, and loads of lovely nastiness all the way along. So this will need a clean. I mean, look, we got remnants of bloody bits of spider legs there. At the end of the day, so we're obviously like, this must have been a nest, a spider's nest. Obviously, it's all over the transformer. Oh, lovely. Yeah. So So this board was obviously a lot cleaner because this one come out of that my one, that front. So all the solder points that I unsoldered on there, I did do no trace damage. So obviously I will need to clean it. Just give it a quick clean before I solder it, because obviously I've got to solder all the legs back to this point up here. So I think first things first, toothbrush, bit of IPA. Let's give her a quick clean. Just going to clean off the residual flux if there's any. Obviously I've got this one down here, well done. Just makes it easier when it comes to soldering again. I think that's about it. There weren't no more. We've got some sticky flux stuff over here. It's the only thing with factory flux, it's sort of like it goes all sticky and nasty. It's not nice, obviously. Yeah, I've posted them things all over the time. Sometimes things take up, yeah, and sometimes things up to 50 kg. Anything that I have that I've had to ship on the pack, 50 kg. Ugh. Fucking hell, that's what the army normally put in the old the burkas. About 50 kg. Jesus, they expect you to strap it, put it on your back, and fucking take, you know, and then ump it. I mean, bloody hell, and that's some serious weight. You literally, you do yourself an injury. You're trying to lift 50 kg. I'm not saying that you can't lift it, but you know, obviously, a lot of people can't lift 50 kg. I mean, that's monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. Pico. Contact cleaner. Nice little picture of a contact cleaner there, Mr. Pico. That one. That is called OB4 by the looks of it. Whenever you want to switch cleaner, hurry, do this at Screwfix for $6.99. Nice. That I am probably, because like I said, I'm nearly out of that fast clean on that front, so I will get some of that. Now, to me, I've just found a little bit of an issue with this. Now, obviously, I've not looked into this one, but that looks like that's got a little bit of trace damage there. At the end of the day, I mean, it looks, that wasn't done by me. Obviously, they've took it from the leg and bent it to the point. So this, even this, and that was that capacitor. So obviously you can see the capacitor's got a little bit of a wiggle, and if we wiggle that, you can actually see it on that leg. Wow. I'm hoping that's not broke. I've only just noticed that. No, it is connected. They broke it from the... It looks like it's partly broke from the trace. That is connected, because what they've done, they've looked like they've took it to the trace point and added that in. But even that one is partly lifted up on that trace. Not the greatest, but this is why visual boarding it. I'll look it up I'll look out for it. It's what I love about the community. Oh, Bronson's back. I better double check everything else on here, make sure. I only just noticed that. This is the only thing with delamination on part of these old retro boards. At the end of the day, these don't take too kind to heat. They really don't. I hate it. It's got to be one of the biggest pet hates. These boards are obviously so thin. The thinnest. These are not like PlayStations and Xboxes. They can take the heat because the thickness of the board, because they're a multi-layer board, so they have to add extra layer on in the board thickness grade. Is because it was designed to take that excessive heat because they're multi-layer boards, so they made the board thicker. Retro stuff, they've done it the opposite way. They made them ultra thin. Don't take much to popcorn it or actually just, you know, split or crack the board. So heat is not your friend on that front, not always. Yeah, I mean, it is saying it is soldered. It is connected. Not the greatest, so I'm going to leave that. Let's get that chip in them. Obviously, I'm going to have to put some fresh. I'm going to have to put some fresh paste on there. I have got some paste because I did order. I think again it was in the community. They told me to say no, you need some fresh paste on it. Which now, can I actually use my MX? I can't see why not. I've got loads of. It's got 8 years durability. I could use a little bit of thermal Arctic because obviously it's to take the heat away. So I could go down that route. And I've got my plastic spudges, he says. And where's my plastic spudges? Because where's my spudger? I've got plastic spudges because I know. Oh, it doesn't matter. I can use this one. Can't find anything in here. That's good luck in there. Okay, it's like a time warp. It literally is. I will. This stuff's more bloody expensive, but I've got one notch left. This way, I've got others. So, what I'm better off doing is pasting the chip, ain't I? That front. Do the chip. Hold up, got half it on my bloody finger. Oh, it's sticky as hell. Yes, do. It'll take me to look. Let me know if you whatever you can think is any good. Right. Oh, for crying out loud, you can't even undo it. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. So, yeah, this stuff don't look appetizing, does it? But we'll paste it. I'll get it all pasted. Oh, I meant to ask you, Mr. Pico, did you receive your parcel, sir? It did say it was delivered. Wonder how Worms is getting on with the Atari. Bit bizarre that, you know, 1 minute it didn't work, and then with his soldering iron, he's having a bit of a soldering iron meltdown there. That little spatula looks like it's supposed to use it to get into screwballs or ice creams. Oh, I know the ones you mean. The screwballs. I forgot all about them. I used to love them. Yeah, the ice. It was a pointed cone, and the little chewing gum was obviously like, you know, obviously do different colours, green, blue, and red, and yellow, and all that. But it was right down the bottom, so all the ice cream was at the top. And that was literally, and it was a little. I actually think about it now. Yeah, you're right. It was. I used to like them. Yeah, screwballs they was called. Loved them. Absolutely loved them in the 80s. I'm trying to even it all out. Yeah, I received it. No, that's all right. Good. Yeah, screwballs. Yeah, who don't remember them? Bloody hell. Bring me back to the old days, they did. Used to love that. I think that's good. Covered that now. Alright, about the right amount. Take it off. Cool. I've near enough used all that up now. But this stuff's quite good because it's Arctic. It's Arctic paste, so I don't mind this gear. Obviously, you get 8 years use out of this. If it's going to last 8 years, I'll take that with a grain of salt. Now let's take, obviously, now I've got to be careful because I don't want to bend the pins up on that. So I'm going to put that up there for a minute. Put that up there. Let's see if I can try and take this and take... I had a card put through my door the other day. My neighbour's downstairs, unfortunately, she's got about 4 kids, and these are 1-bedroom flats, and she's moving, so which I'm a little bit sad because alright, I know she's got to get a bigger property. They have give her a bigger property, but I'm just wondering who I'm going to have living below me. I'm hoping it's not druggies. I really don't need these type of people because they just bring unwanted guests as bad as her opposite. You know, she brings all the unwelcomes in. Now, this is going to be tricky as hell because now I've got to put this in and not bend the pins up. And not get my hand on a load of thermal paste. So you're trying to do 2 things at once. This is where extra light is your friend. Oh, look at that. Marveloso. Right, don't count your chickens yet. Got to lay it down. Oh, you fudge. She come out. Bugger. Oh, well, I was doing so well there. Let's take that light again. God. I could see why they say just swap the board over. I can see definitely the reasons why. Now, obviously, if I put it that way, these pins are not going to be... Oh, right, so I've got to bend these. I've got to go in this way and then push it down. Like that. Right, I see. Now she's all nailed in. Now I can screw this down. It's got a nice bunch of thermals. Right, so I need now. So I've got to take off all that. Where's the screws? Ah, there you go. Power amp, all of that. So obviously, now we did have, I'm pretty sure, were these them? That's not them. That's not them. That's not them. Oh great, for crying out loud. No, that won't fit. Oh no. Now these are the screws I took out. So they should have been in there really. Would it be these big ones? No, it won't be the big ones. No. For bloody Pete's sake. So where have they gone? Oh no. Might have to tip out my pot of screws for a minute and just have a quick gangers and see what there is. Might be something like that. I think it is, you know. Obviously, oh perfect, look at that. That was spot on. Have I got another one of them? Might have. That might actually do it. Yeah, look at that. Nice, cool. Doesn't matter. I'm fancy. It's what I like. It's what I always love, a little pot of screws, because when you're doing jobs and other bits, it's like you're thinking, oh yeah, that the old this one, or like these obviously come off bits and other bits and pieces, but always it's a life. It's literally a lifesaver. So obviously them screws went down through these screw holes, right down in the centre there, so it's brought it up flush. Now, that's not going to be going anywhere, right? So all she needs to be done now is, and you can see that all them now pins and now got to be soldered up individually all the way along that back piece. And then I can solder everything else up. Lol. Hopefully it's, that's why I love a pot of screws. Literally love a pot of screws. So that, I didn't even notice that with that, obviously with that thing at the back there. I didn't take much notice of it there. The with one of that had a little bit of a bad trace. I should have some flux. Yes, fluxy, fluxy, fluxy. Take your syringe. Just take your just take your thing on it. Obviously these ones are like, but this is the one. Obviously I use. This is the flux that I ordered off the coder's website on this front. On there, because he had it, and I thought, well, it's a little bit more than ordering it from AliExpress. I thought, do you know what? I need it as soon as possible. Now I might be able to bring my Ekins in. Let's have a look. See, I ain't got my other Ekins. It won't set up my Ekins for some reason. I have to manually turn it on, which is bloody weird. So. So, going to need solder. Let's turn her up first. I've got it up for 450. Right, at the end of the day, it seems to do better at 450. Cool. 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 They're playing a lot of Christmas songs. Cool. But they're all the same songs that they're playing. I've got to blow it away, isn't it? Fucking good, isn't it? What a bleeding... Isn't it good, isn't it? I can't have the extractor on because obviously it just blows it towards my face. So I've got to blow it at the same time. Look at that. Not one of them are touching. Just got to make sure that they're hugged around the leg. Obviously, this is going to take the brunt of all of it. So obviously, the audio is all coming in and going back out. So this is vital that this is you know, crucial. By make sure don't just skimp on it, but don't go too mad at the same time. Clean your tip, lovely and shiny. Now let's get some flux. Well, we've got the flux there. Let's just give that a little bit of a cleany clean. And that's it. I don't want none of them legs touching or shortening there. I don't want it causing any problems. Well, that ain't bad going. Slightly just brush it over. It's a good thing about the old toothbrushes, they always do a good job. So let me just inspect them legs. Oh, spot on. Right, how we like for underneath? Any good? Yeah, cool. She's well anchored down, mate.
Plus 447.
Another cold cooler just come up, so let me take this back on, guys. Another cold cooler just literally tried to ring, come up with a +44 number. So let me just block that number, put it in with the blocks like a 90% of the time. So obviously I've got that top number on there. This is another one. They're going to run out of bloody phone numbers. So at the bottom, you can click share, tap, tag, or I click more, click report, right? And then it comes up an option. So I just called fraud or scam. Click that, right? And I'll just click scammer, right? Which it always comes up. Click report it. That then goes back to my what's named on it, and then not only blocks it, but they get reported as well. They've got to keep running out of phone numbers. I get them time and time again, these people, and they just will not give up. You know, these people have got nothing to do all day. All they want to do is try and scam people, try and sell you something, or, you know, or try and get your details. It's never going to happen. You just think, right? Starman wants everyone to go digital by 2028. He wants everyone to have ID cards. It's a really bad mistake, because they got it in the Netherlands, right? And people love it. They say, oh yeah, it's just like as if we can't walk around and we ain't got enough identity. We got CCTV, which you're being spied on. That's, you know, that's against your human rights. You're not supposed to spy on anyone at the end of the day. You know, again, there's a threshold and boundaries on that front, and you have to be so careful when it comes to these type of things. But when it comes to these callers, you know, they don't never give up, never. So that's another one blocked on the 40th list, so they won't get. That's another one on there now. So yeah, actually that's not done a bad job. Obviously it's all individually done. It's hugged all of the legs. They're all separated. None of them's joining. So that, my friend, is done. All I've got to do now, put it back on the board and sort all these round the right way. But, oh, I've got to clean up round here. That's one thing I've not done. I knew I forgot something, because there's trouble with flux. It could actually ground as a short. Well, that worked out quite well, to be totally honest. That actually went quite swimmingly. I think because I was careful taking it out, Now, if that ever blows again, that won't be too bad taking that back out. Obviously, the original ones were, because obviously it's been over in for quite some time. So now I'm going to get the blow on this, and I'll mute this so you guys will not have to. Cool. She's back up and running. That's one good thing about them little Steam Decks. Just push a button, done. Borat. Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah, you know why? Because I've not installed it. No, that ain't. Let me install. I just see Streamer Bot. It don't come out here. Bloody Streamer Bot. I've had this set up with Streamer Bot and it still don't bloody enable. Streamer Bot. There we go. Right. 2 out of 3. Right. Okay. There you go. She's back up and running. Sorry, Pico. I forgot about Borat. Yeah. So now Borat should come up. Yeah, there was a lot of flux in between that. Just wanted to... So we got all that lovely thermal paste. Obviously I put the screws back in. So yeah, this really should, in theory, should be able... I've got to put all these bits back on. Oh, you know, that's got to go on there, didn't you? This is a temperature setting. That's got to go back. Bugger. I knew I forgot something to put back on. Or was it off here? I can't remember. No, I think it was. I think that did come off here. I can't remember if that come off there or not. I think it did. Because it won't stretch anywhere else. Yeah. So we should be good to go on that front. Let me straighten some of these up. These look like they're fucking right bent up. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, not the greatest. Stewed. Mr. Stew. Yeah, there's one thing that you could do with that gear. You could measure it up and get a 3D print. I've got a feeling that that Worm can do that connectors. That also that Worms. Well, the funny thing is I've got Mr. Worm's address. I could actually just send it to him, and then, you know, that might be easier. I've got his address because obviously I've had to send him. I sent him a couple of things, and he's doing the Atari boards at the moment, doing the trace repair. So it's not a problem. I think he's got a little bit on at the moment. I don't want to put too much on him. It's not really fair. I don't like taking liberties out of people. No, the other cog. Oh, right, of the other one, it's worn out. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. But put both cogs in, yeah. Does Mr. Worms actually does he do 3D printing then? I know Mr. Cowles does it. He's got a 3D printer. So this can go back in the board. No, no, it's called a worm gear. Oh right, okay. Oh right, okay, I've got that wrong. Sorry, Stu. I was going to say, I don't think Mr. Worms has got one. I'm not sure. Probably you said a worms gear. I thought you meant Mr. Worms himself. I got confused there for a bit. It just threw me off. That's cool, pal, don't worry. yeah, it just threw me off when he mentioned that. But right, okay. I don't know if Mr. Worms has actually got a 3D printer. Obviously, I think it's like you said, this one and the other one. See, the trouble is, you've got to get that tolerance level just right. He's stitching up Mr. Worms. He's got loads of work. Yeah, bless him. He's obviously he's done a great job on the trace repair now. He did say, he said he's pretty good at doing trace repair. I went, well, I'm not. I said, like, at the end of the day, that's why I stopped. I thought, well, I ain't going to continue. I don't want to butcher it and make it 500 times worse. And I think that's the sensiblest move you can ever do. Don't continue. Just stop what you're doing before you've made a right hashtag out of it. Well, the chip's in. So now I've got to solder this back to the board, which this is going to be tricky. Let me get oh, that's all right. There's a bottle under there. Shopping in Sainsbury's. This is one of their new sparkling no added sugar ones today, and I managed to get a blackcurrant and cherry flavoured spring water by Sainsbury's. I've never had this one before. I thought, oh, that's a bit of an unusual texture. I can smell it already. Oh God, it's foaming up. Peckham Spring. It's actually quite nice though. I could taste more blackcurrant than cherry. It's got a hint of cherry, just a smidge, but it's more blackcurrant, which I thought it would be. Peckham Spring. Literally, I remember that. That was actually brilliant. Get the old bottle of Spring out. So, do you know what? That wouldn't surprise me if actually people have actually done things like that, put ideas in it, thinking, do you know what? People are so gullible, right? We'll bottle water up and we'll sell it and just relabel it. Easily done. Trotters independent traders. That's it. We get the old trotter stuff in. You don't want to buy a load of old bent VCRs, do you? Yeah, they're all European. They won't work in the UK. You bring an old home quick. You know it. You definitely use. That always makes me laugh. That's why I think that series is legendary. Absolutely legendary. Do you know what? I've got that is definitely. I think that's one of them things that always makes me laugh when I watch that. Yeah, them dolls. Oh fuck! Oh, the blow up dolls. Oh yeah. See there. That scared me. Yeah, them dolls. That scene was awesome. Absolutely, I totally agree with you, Mr. Pico. It was one of the most funniest things I've ever watched. Absolutely legendary. It's like I said, if you haven't watched it, you haven't been living. I'm telling you. They're making an anniversary edition. Oh, do you know what? I'd be great to see that. Oh, excuse me. God, that's the only thing with that stuff. It's very gassy. Now I'm gonna have to take this off. Oh, great! For crying out loud. Yeah, they're absolutely fantastic. I mean, trotters. Now, obviously, I've got to try to. Now, I assume that one will go over there with that one. Oh God, this is going to be tricky as hell. I see who's there. I can't even see the messages. Oh, there's yeah, it's always going to be one of them situations where if you've never ever watched it, please do. I think it's the most funniest series I've ever sat down and watched. Right, I just had to bend that pin back in because it was obviously popped off on that front. So now these only go this way, so I know where this one goes. So first things first, let's get this one soldered in. I'm going to need flux. Where's my torch? So the point where I wanted to solder is right here. Lovely. Hello there. What's happened here? Oh, for crying out loud, the fucking needle's there. Oh, shit. No, don't do that. Right. Nicely, nicely. Oh, fucking badges come on. Right, all right. Where's the solder? Oh, chronic. See what I mean? It's the only thing with this frigging table. This thing is a monster, and you're trying to work on a table. And you think, no, I've got no room for working on there. The solder had to be at the back. Of course, it did. Well, the chip's in. The chip's all soldered up. So it's now just putting all this back. I love Trigger too. Yeah, it's a shame that some of them they died, didn't they? You know, that fills the session with the Phoenix Knights. Oh, see, that's another series. That's another. It's one of them. It's another brilliant series. Again, or Max and Paddy's Road to Nowhere. I love them too. Absolutely legendary. All right, Dave. Yeah, why do you keep calling me Dave? My name ain't Dave, it's Trigger. Oh, I thought it was Dave. You wicked old nose. He actually said to him, didn't he? That's great. But traditional British humour is best. Unbelievable. Totally agree. It is. He said, Trig, why do you keep calling me Dave? My name ain't Dave, it's Trig. He said, it's Rodney. He said, oh, I thought it was Dave. Oh, all right, Dave. He still says it, regardless. It's Rodney. Yeah. Fuck me, I've got no room here at all. I'm trying to hold that and push that in at the same time and anchor it in. That's why I'm trying to get two ends anchored, and then I can that'll hold it into place. Like that. Lovely. I think she's all done. I'm fucking getting knocked up here, left, right and centre. This is really going well. I'm getting knocked all up and round these bloody... Because I'm trying to get the angles. He says my name ain't Mick. Oh, it is. Oh, Mick. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. It's like he always says my name ain't Mick, but oh, okay, Mick. Yeah. He does. Everyone always says it. There's only a few people who've got my name. And I respect them for that, for not giving it out, because otherwise I'll be bombed. Can you imagine? If everyone knows your name, you're going to be bombarded in a bleeding Discord team. And no, right, that's it. Let's just stop there, shall we? So yes, that was a well-deserved moment there. I'll say, thank you very much for not giving the name out. I like handle names anyway. I prefer it because that way makes it a bit more interesting. Because you might have multiple. The reasons why I say that is because you might have multiple people in the Discord with the same name, and you're saying, "Are you referring to me?" By having a handle name, a bit like the 1980s when we used to do the old CBs, they knew who you were, and everyone had a unique name. I used to love that. Just pick. I mean, they don't even. I mean, I can't even get my hands on a CB because I used to love going on a CB, talking to, and you're talking. Same thing. You're talking to a complete stranger, and you go by your handle name. I think it put me in the mind of Smokey and a Bandit. Now, if literally, now if Mr. Swindon was in there, it'd say, "Stop retracting your messages, you little shit." Or put your hands down. That's it. Stop putting your. He said, "Don't put your hands." He says, "Don't keep putting your hands up." That's it. You're all being sold off. It's like going back at school. You think, "Oh no." That's it. Put your hands down. You think, "Oh, that's it. Someone's in trouble." Oh fuck, that's really sticky there. Oh, ugh. Right, that one's in. So we've got that one in. Now, where's this one go? Obviously, that goes on the board there. Now, I should have... Now, there was another one that did go. I think it went here. That's it. Everyone's now putting their hands up. Everyone's in there standing their hands up. That's it. It was the same. Exactly. Yeah, I was the same on the CBs. I used to have 10 CB days you watch, and then the social feed before the internet. That's just it. Yeah, we did. But being back on the old CBs, so what was I called? Chester 1. They used to call me Chester on my old CB. I still remember my old handle name on that front. But everyone had like long tooth. One was called Captain Greybeard. That was on there. Fucking names they come out with. I was absolutely rolling up. Like I remember it, and they was great. I missed them great days. I really do. There was one on there that was called Gandalf. And I thought, fucking Gandalf's on the phone. Gandalf's on the CB. I said, bloody, he's gone from the Hobbits now to the CB series. I thought, oh, thanks, Gandalf. I said, thanks very much. But there's the great days again. You used to have a fucking 20-foot ball strapped in your garden. I was Aussie. Yeah, well, it made it easier. That just literally, Victor Victor, Roger Roger, yeah. Over and out. They said, okay, we'll be back on it again. It's always roughly around about 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. They used to come on the old CBs. And everyone was on, swapping their channels. And there was ever fastly swapping, going from the different frequency ranges. The pheasant plucker. that was literally a legend. That was, do you know what? Yeah, that actually was, because like you said, at the AM, that was just before the it was legal in the UK. Yeah, obviously, because again the frequencies, everyone used to bombard the frequency side. But unbelievable. Well, I still think it was a great era. It really was. There was illegal streaming going on. People was broadcasting illegally over the airwaves, broadcasting, getting it on the old radio channels, doing the old mixers, getting the old mixers going. That's what I said. Them days are gone, mate. They're absolutely gone. They're mind you, saying that, you don't have to do it illegally now. You can do it generally. Mind you, say that you can't, because if you try to, say for instance, you wanted to set up your decks and broadcast the music, you'll get done for copyright. So no, you still can't win. And like you said, it makes no difference who you go with. You'll get copyright striked in some form of degree. It's a shame. It's just that you're restricted for what you can do. That's it, she's pushed back. These pins have been forced out. Well, there's another one after this. Lucky enough, these pins, like, they're not too bad, because you know roughly where these go anyway, because one of them's isolated. I think that's the reasons why it's like I said. I ran into I ran an SLR in South London's radio station. Yeah, you seem to be describing me. That's cool. Do you know what? That's just it. I mean, what do you think in the 1980s, 1990s? I mean, it's just as bad as when I was wearing the shell suits. When we was out on the bikes, which is legendary. Yeah, I'll show you. Look, it's really that bad. It's like you said, you can't. If you haven't lived in the 80s, mate, you've not lived. Obviously, there's obviously me on the bikes with the shell suit. This was 1989. Me and my mate. Obviously, he's now no longer with us. But we had a couple of old Honda Cubs. Right, at the end of the day, he had a 70, I had a 50, and we used to go out after. This was just when I was working at the point where we were still in college at the time, so we finished school. So it was out there. This was the weekend, Saturday and Sundays, and we couldn't go. I couldn't go home, and obviously we used to just go out when it was raining, muddy, and all that. Take the bikes out over the fields and give them a good old run. Obviously, it's like, you couldn't do it today, but yeah, shell suits. Classics. You can't beat the old classics, mate. Probably absolutely legendary. Up front. I'm 81, so I'm 81, so I'll be sitting out of this one then. Oh, Stu, no. So it's like I said, when you literally going back from literally that. Well, so I've had a lot of the car at the 130, the Kawasaki, the 1000, so that was in 89. It's literally, you couldn't make it up, could you? Literally, you could not even make that up. See, that's what I said, Kawasaki 1000 in 1989, bloody hell. You're thinking, Jesus. Shell suits. They banned, weren't they? They were banned. Yeah, they obviously got phased out, but we still had them. But we got covered from top to bottom in mud. Yeah, Mr. Pico's literally, Mr. Pico's only 1 year behind me, so literally I was in 72. So yeah, we're near enough at about the same era. So yeah, absolutely legendary. You couldn't beat that. It was a great era, but going out the old shell suits, and then we started getting into the radio, the old pirate radio, and that was again. It was just about the early 90s. Yeah, we were kids. It was only growing up. We're thinking, that's all right. That's what I said. If you come off your bike, mate, bruised and on, we didn't muck about with fucking coming out with skin pads and things like that. If you broke a bone, that was it. Don't go back to your mother. I was in 67. So you're way past the Gen X regions, my friend, definitely. So yes, fantastic. Yeah, it was a great era. I was born in 60, so yeah. So you obviously, me and Pico was nearly about a year apart from each other, but unbelievable. It was still a good era. I mean, like you said, the 70s was all about like flares and the bell bottoms, and it was again another good era. But I'm afraid I wasn't really brought up in that era because obviously I was growing up. It was only till I really reached the early 80s, and I started to remember. Yeah, it was really fun then. Yeah, I can imagine. So I said the 70s. I think the best eras were the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. All three of them. Right past of that decade was great. I think when it reached 1990, it started to go downhill. The things changed. Yes, it's, you know, yeah. And it was the old file effects. Fucking, oh no, the ones you read, the old books. So you had the old pens in and everything. Made you look really like posh. That it was really important. You read 80s were good. It really was good. I had some really great. We was constantly out. We was always doing something in the 1980s. No, always. I think that was one of the. That's probably why this stuff means a lot to me, just because I grew up with it. And obviously, most of this stuff is 80s. So like some of it's early 90s, but it is. Because the 1990s started to change. I didn't like the era. It started to go to rave and all the other bits. And I thought, well, that ain't music. Yeah, all the uppies had file faxes. They did. You went up London, you know that you think like they had all them cheap suits on, didn't they? So you think they're all bloody hell, you know. But no, you couldn't make that up. When you start having shell suits, mate, that's it. The bell bottoms and the shell suits. Absolutely legendary. I think they was really, really great. I think it's like I said, it was a great era. I absolutely loved it. Oh, for fuck's sake, let's come. Let's pop that again. I've got to roll that in. Oh, what's happened here? I've got a white light. White light. What? Hold up. Fucking camera's gone mental. Hold up, guys. Here we go. I've gone from a disco light to a white light. Eatings. Where's me 4K camera? Fucking camera's disappeared. Here we go. What's happened there? It went from a disco light to a white light. Do you know what I think the issue is? I don't think it's the camera. I reckon it's this cheap thing that I bought from fucking AliExpress. I reckon it's this fucking multi-tap thing. Because obviously I ain't got enough ports. And I reckon it's this. It's causing the issue. I think it's putting too much of information to send down one line. And I reckon this is what's causing it to play out. It's like Mr. Worms. I said to Mr. Worms at the point, I said, You haven't reached the Gen X region yet. He said, well, I'm not far from it. I went, no, you still ain't reached it, trust me. Once you get to that sort of era and before it, you've not lived, mate. You've definitely not lived. You don't know what it was like. It was actually, you missed a great time there. I'm not saying everyone was angels in the 1980s, because we weren't. But like you said, it's a proper. It was still a good era, regardless. The one good aspect is that I miss more than anything. I think you miss more of your family members that are now no longer with you, because obviously in the I'd say from the 1960s all the way up to the 1980s, from that sort of 30-year gap, straight away was a good era, because like you said, you remember going out with your nan and granddad and all your aunts and your relatives, and they're no longer with you now, and it seems a shame, because you had some good times. And we didn't have cameras then. Please check the Discord. It's come up. Alert, alert. Right. Oh, right. Mechanisms. eBay. We might be in luck here. We've got one here. The whole drive part mechanism for the KL213C. That's the last one. Now, will that one do it, Mr. Pico, if I order this? Used, working, may need a service. Well, anything's got to be bloody better than this. Oh, he's got the ribbon cable with that as well. Now, there wasn't a model number on mine. On this. My one didn't have a model number on the back, on the bottom of it. But it says on there, this is part from a Tascam, NAD or TIAC KSL. But it does look like it. The only difference is that I'm a bit concerned mine hasn't got this board, which it then comes off a plug. Mine's not going to have that. Mine will not have this part here, obviously, and it looks like it drives that section, so it looks like that bit there. Me and Stu both looked at it. I think that might be the one. It looks identical. Like you said, this part's right. This bit is right. The only concern is all this mechanism. And obviously it looks like that bit there is soldered to the board on that front. Again, what I need to do, when I finish this, I'll put this back on the bench, right? And I'll go through it, and we'll try and line it up to see if there's anything that's been altered. But he's got a lot of good pictures, so yeah, all right. I'll compare it. I'll reopen it back up and have a look, and see if there's any similarities on that front. So hopefully, yeah. Thank God, no cameras. Yeah. Can you imagine if there was bloody cameras back in there? Jesus. It would have been an absolutely disaster. You imagine if we had mobile phones right back from the early days. God, your phones would have been flumped with all the 1950s, no, 1960s and 70s and 80s stuff. Nice. Now that one's a bit tricky because it's right next to that bloody capacitor. That looks near enough the same cage. It's bloody hard to try and get parts for of this stuff. This is the only headache I have. It's nice to see, but it's just getting the bits. Shell suits. Yeah, they did make me laugh, the old shell suits. They were so big in the 1980s. Like, it was all like leery colours. But they was more dangerous than anything because you stood near a fire, fuck me, you'd go up in flames. That's how flammable that stuff was. It wasn't the greatest of clothing. Let me double check the work. Yes, nicely. We're good to go on that one. We've got one more to go, I think. So we've got that one there, and we've got another one that goes up the end. If I remember, they go in between the caps, which is right up here, and these two caps here. One more lot to put on. Oh, that fucking flux is horrible. It's so super sticky. Yeah. No one, yeah. Not only were jeans, the black, the tape and the shirts and the black leather jackets, the t-shirts. Yeah, that's just it. You know, it depends what, I mean, obviously the 70s on that front, you can imagine from the 1970s, it was all flares and things like that, bell bottoms, you know, and the old big long collars in that front. I know, but when I looked at my dad's ones, I know I used to laugh on that. But yeah, classic. It's again, it was all the rage, but they was all like the old hand-me-downs. Remember, it was more. With the 1960s and 70s, it was more like, it wasn't a struggle like the 1980s, but there was more hand-me-downs from that sort of era. So you had to be passed down your clothing, because obviously clothing was expensive. So you had to make, even if it didn't fit you, you'd roll the sheet, you'd roll your sleeves up on your arms or something to make it fit, because obviously people couldn't afford clothing at that point. So yes. Prime example. Fuck me, here we go. I'm trying to get this in there. God almighty. Is that in? I think she is. That looks it to me. I'm going to double check to see if I've got that on picture. Yeah. Yes. They were the good old days, Mr. Ozzy, I'm telling you. Yeah, they was the bikers, mate. They're proper bikers. The old leather jackets. They was like, their hair's all slicked back, all nice and clean. It was like the film Grease. Yeah. Proper bikers. Proper bikers. It's like you said, comparing from the 1980s, it was nothing like it. But the 60s, I think it was mainly the 60s era, because again it was the mods versus the rockers on that front, and it was all kicking off because obviously the rockers wanted to look hard, but the bikers looked like a proper biker, you know, and they had all like them. All proper in black leather, boots and everything. And they was always clashing, always. And they always had to go down Brighton or Southend, certain places like that. I think Southend was a going place, obviously, or down to Brighton. Like, there was always them two sort of areas where they all meet up. And they still do it today. You know, the bikers still meet up. Obviously, they have the thing called a biker bash down here. and they all, and there's thousands of bikes. And my mate was on one of the. He's got his Harley Davidson, and he was like thousands of bikes as far as the eye could see. Jesus, yeah, the mods had the targets on their back. Yes, I'm afraid they did. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean they did, literally did. Yeah, they used to do it every year. They still do it. They actually still do it. The mods still actually do it. You don't see so many of the rockers because there's not many of them. But there's more mods than anything, because obviously they liked all of they look like their Vespas and their Lambrettas when they got all the old mirrors out and they fucking flooded it. Literally, it's like, you know, they've really done them out, you know, because them Lambrettas, they can go up to a 125. I thought, Jesus. Yeah, they used to do so they do. They used to go every time that they would do it. But they have got the thing called a biker bash. And they do it, your dad in the south here, and they literally meet up, and there's just hundreds of thousands of these bikes, and as far as the eye can see, there's loads of them. Yeah, they go up to fuck Jesus, do they? It's as much as that. Wow. Fucking. They don't look. I mean, they only had disc. They didn't even have disc brake. They had drum brakes. How the fuck would you stop at 200cc with an engine like that? Wow. Fucking, that's quite powerful for the type of bike they had. All right, not as powerful as a BSA. You know, like what the rockers used to have. Proper bikes. You know, some of these were like 250 all the way up to 500cc. Up to 1000cc, some of them, like you said. No, they used to be down at Knox Hill every Sunday. Yeah, it's like you said. I haven't the Box Hill. That's it. Yeah, the Box Hill ones. Yeah, like you said, they are. You know, we got a couple around here that still dress all in the mods stuff. You know, because the old Parker coats getting all down. I had a Parker coat in the 1980s. Fucking, I was gutted. I lost it. You know, proper Parker coat. I have got another Parker coat. At the end of the day, it's like my MA jackets. I still like wearing them when I go to the military shows. At the end of it, so yeah, great. You can't beat them. But the Parkers were proper Parker. This one was a proper Parker coat, and I was gutted. I lost it. Like I lost my chopper bike. You know, I would have loved to kept that chopper. My mate kept his grifter. He still got it. He had it in his. He kept it in his shed. But my chopper bike, no, I was gutted. I lost it because I said, bloody hell, if I'd have known to kept it, it would now have been worth £1,000. That's how much they was worth. They was fetching. The true rally choppers, obviously they're mega money now, and if they don't, you get one, you're gonna have to pay through the nose for it. So, you know, like a lot of 1980s stuff. I'm just grateful that I've managed to get a good portion of it back, which I honestly wouldn't have thought that was never ever going to happen. Never. So, and to actually restore it was actually something else, because again, this I wouldn't have even dreamed about doing this, which I wish I did, because it would have made it a lot easier for me. I've got to see if that's round the right way, because there was a I'm gonna have to check that thing. I'll check that once this is all done. No, see, I've got that wrong. I'm glad I checked that. I put this one round wrong, so this is why I wanted to check it. So it goes on the out, so the black. What we got? We got a green. I'll double check them ones, make sure I put these in, because I did take pictures of these where I took these off the board. These had to go around a small, obviously a certain way. I think I did. That's the PlayStation. This was another one, right? This is, I meant to tell you, right? Now this is a prime example of this girl here, right? She emailed me, right, from TikTok, right? And obviously TikTok is just like a browsing media social. This is her, right? Now she's obviously Russian or Yugoslav or something like that. I can't remember what she said she was, right? Very pretty girl, but it was a bit weird because she said she kept asking me the same thing and she wasn't answering my questions. She kept saying, these are all her friends, right? Obviously for the meeting. They're all girls. They're all meeting up on that front. And she was asking to get me to sign up. Aussie, you hit the car at 130. Jesus, is it 130? Fucking, he must have been flying at that speed. Fucking 130. I think my other car was going at that sort of speed. I just noticed when you said that. I think, fucking hell, yeah, 130 mile an hour. Jesus, we'd have had our licence taken away. Yeah, so she kept emailing me. She kept saying to me, do you want to do, she said, I can help you to set up straight away. I went, I know where this is going. She went, I can help you to set up to do, she said, set up trading, right, to do trading stuff. She said, you need to, if you wire the money into my account, straight away I went, no, it's never going to happen. But I was trying to play along with it. I'm going, she said, oh, have you got the WhatsApp? And I went, oh no, I haven't got WhatsApp at that front. And she told, and then she said, yeah, well, you need WhatsApp. I can help you set up the WhatsApp at the end of the day. I tried ringing the number and it kept ringing, right? They wouldn't answer, right? So yeah, that cut in half and broke everything. Jesus, 130, I can't survive. Yeah. So yeah, in his 60 years old bloke. Oh, Jesus, ripping hell. Seriously, Ozzy, you was doing 130 there. Fucking how did you not kill yourself in it? Fucking literally, that would have literally, if that was anywhere else in the UK, mate, that would have been game over. You'd have not only lost your licence, it would have said that's it. And here, even not in Australia, you know, because it's all in kilometres over there. Speed's a big thing. You know, you've only got to be a little bit over. And I know by my sister, she's been bloody fined loads of times. So, yeah, it was in the UK. You know, you must have had one stretch of a road to get that out of a car at the end of the day. You know, unless it was a runway. But that goes to show what type of road that was. It must have been empty to get that type of speed. But you couldn't do that today. Just no way you couldn't do it. But yeah, she tried to ask me for all these details, and in the end she just gave up. But I don't think it was a she, even though they send these photos at the end of the day. There's so many scammers, literally so many scammers. I was trying to have a look to see if there was anything else that was on my micro. I think that's the only ones I had on there because so I'm going to put it back to the way I originally found it. So it was pointing towards the outward sign. I think that sounds about right. So I did have it round the wrong way to start with. I wasn't 100% sure. I think it did. This pointed out. Flux, 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 flux. Nicely, nicely. I can get 130 out. What car was it did you have? Mr. Oz, what car was it to get that fucking out? That fucking must have been going like a rocket to get 130 out of a car. 30 miles an hour on a bike. Oh, it was a bike. Jesus. Oh, well, that says it all. Fucking bikes. It must have been a rocket. Fucking, mind you saying that, that's nothing to compare to like some of the bikes today. Oh my God. You know, you have some of them Kawasaki's and Yamaha bikes. I mean, it's not the fastest, but they did. Bike did about 200. Fucking, that's frightening at that speed. It is frightening, seriously. You fucking see it, you're getting tunnel vision at that type of speed when you get to about 150. Everything's going past so quick. You just think, that's it, it's game over. If anyone pulls out, I'm fucked. Well, that's fucking. I should have blown that. Fucking not breathed it in. I know. I was just gobsmacked when I went through in my car, and I was just hitting. After hitting it with a push bike, it pulled out of a junction. Oh, fuck's sake. That's the only thing. See, they don't. That's the only thing with something like that. They pulled out from a junction at night. The lights were in the hospital and a note saying on yours, is the driver okay? No, it's just your bike. Oh, it was knackered. Fucking hell. Front forks were random. Oh, Jesus. You're so lucky there. It's absolutely so lucky. That was just on a push bike. It goes to show, innit? You know what it is? After time, no one looks. And obviously, these dark nights don't help as well. So it does make it really difficult to see. Yeah, I think they were. Yeah, you was really lucky there, my friend. Really, really lucky. You know what nighttime driving's like at the best of times. In the UK, we have got a really poor lighting system over in the UK. After lights don't bloody work and people wear dark clothing, that don't help. Because they just fucking pull out. They don't wear no They don't wear no sort of like reflective stuff, and you know, and drivers after time they're not paying attention. Yeah. I think it's like I think it was like you said. I think someone was looking over you on that front. I was given a 1 in 10 chance of actually getting... Jesus. Yeah. Given 1 in 10 chance of actually going to hospital. Fucking hell. It's frightening though, isn't it? It is. Seriously, your life flashed before your life. It's over before you even know it. You're really, really lucky there. Absolutely 100% lucky. Well, that one's round the right way. So I know I've got that round the right way. I think the other one is and all. I think that's it. So this can now go back. She is now all soldered in. Now, obviously, I don't have to put the record player back in. I just want to see if this powers up and we got any issues. I just don't want to hear bang or something like that. Fucking take the chip out or something. It's the last thing I want. I'll clean the dead spiders up after. I can fucking. That's alright. Clean the dead spiders up. That won't hurt. Yeah, he was really, really lucky there, my friend. Definitely very, very lucky. Now, hold up a minute. Yeah, I've got that one. I think this one went on the record player, if I remember correctly. This, oh no, it didn't. It went over here. It didn't. So it did go over there. Alright, no worries. So, she is wired in. I'm going to put one screw in, just to hold this into play. And try and keep this down. Let's put all this fucking flux back. Besides that, I think they've done a fantastic job on that chip now, putting that in. Yeah. I take it that the driver was okay, but why 130 in a 30? Fucking hell. Did you ever find out whatever happened of the outcome? Of what happened to that? I've got to put a screw in that front. I mean, fucking hell, seriously. He was definitely in a rush at that point. Nah, drunk driver too. Oh, so I mean, pissed. It still happens today, my friend. It still happens today. That goes to show of what you're dealing with. Oh, the land speed record. Fucking hell, there's more than that. Seriously. I mean, you know, like you said, how quickly your life could have just turned in at doing that type of speed was astronomical. Yeah, that's some serious speeds. I mean, Agity never literally didn't kill anyone. Like I said, he was really, 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 really lucky. Seriously lucky. It's really frightening, to be honest. Seriously, it's too frightening to think about. Right, guys. This is now ready for a test. I've put one screw. Oh no, I haven't. Still ain't put a screw in. Let me put a screw. I thought I'd done a screw in that front. Oh, that was the earth one, was it? Right. I want to hold it in place, so I'll put one up there. Just hold it in. I just don't want it fucking flopping out. I could just feel. Was that a screw that fell out? Oh, fucking crying out loud. Yeah, it was a screw. And after crap. Right, that's alright. I'm going to put the other screw in at the top. It's still loose. Yeah. I did the 130 at the car one, but even it happened so quickly that the speed was hard to predict on the road ahead. That's the trouble, isn't it? That's just it. Obviously, you're going to get tunnel vision at that speed. Anything past about 100 mile an hour, things are going round even quicker. You think of them bikes, how powerful they are. The Hayabusas, right? Now, obviously, the Hayabusa bike being a Japanese bike, most powerful bikes, and there was some really seriously bikes at there, where they're 250 mile an hour on a bike. You're thinking, oh my god, literally, it's fucking dangerous. It seriously is. 130 was the third gear on my bike. Jesus, 6-gear box. You couldn't even comprehend how mad that is. Fucking, this is why these bikes do 0 to 2 in 0 to 3 in about fucking 3 seconds. That's Bugatti range. You're going in that territory. They must have so much torque on these bikes. It's astronomical. But it's dangerous, like you said. You don't realise. It's nice to have the poke. It's like having a car. If you're trying to get out round a roundabout, right, you want a car that's got a little bit of guts to get out there. Them bikes, boom, they're off. But they've got the trouble with them bikes. They've got too much. Oh yeah, there you go. Well, that sums it. 0 to 60, 2.1 seconds. Now that's Bugatti. That is Bugatti range. That is now. Obviously that's a 1,000 brake horsepower car. That is ludicrous. Literally like 2.1 seconds. Bang, you're up to 60 mile an hour. That's not you. Literally, that's a split second, near enough of a split second that you'll make that bike's near enough up to motorway speeds within 2 seconds. Shit, that's some serious kick. Serious kick. That's yeah, there's nothing to sniff about on that front. Now remember, they tweak these bikes and all, which you wouldn't need to at that speed. You just wouldn't. You've just summed it up. 130 in a third gear, you know, which is mad, absolutely mad. That's why these bikes are really high powered. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you used to work on top of them them dragsters, 1,300 horses in literally 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. Jesus, fucking hell, that's 1,300 horses. That's mad, isn't it? Fucking talk on that. Jesus, that'd break your neck. That's seriously like that's mad. Now I'm jealous. Unbelievable. Wow. That really is taking some part. Apart from the fact that you had to rebuild. Yeah. Did Mr. Aussie? Did you keep any pictures of any of them? Fucking hell. Nope. I found something that was interesting. On the cotton buds, it's just that when you was cleaning out the flux, I used to use the Johnson ones and cut off the head, and then you can use them to cut the tubes and make longer legs. The compound. Oh right, I didn't know that. Great little fact. Yeah, I actually have got some. Well, these ain't Johnsons, but I use the Wostain ones, the pure baby ones. I'm still jealous. Fucking Mr. Ozzy, did you save any pictures by any chance? Fucking like to see that type picture that you was on some of that. Fucking that's some serious horses. Yeah, fucking literally mad, innit? That's some serious horsepower. It's nothing to sniff about. Fucking definitely not. Right, let's switch her on, guys. Let's wait for the bang, shall we? Hold up, where's the switch? No, we got a light. She's switched on. Right, oh, I'll turn her off for a minute. Let me go and grab. We didn't hear a bang, so that was all good news on that front. I will now look. Maybe I might have a few. I'll be interested in seeing some of that. I bet there's some right fucking awesome stuff on there. Let me shut the curtains behind me. Look, it's getting. What's the time? 4 o'clock. Look, it's fucking pitch black now. It's ridiculous. I've got to put the light on. It's like going back. It's like going back to the 1940s. Here we go, no, quick. Lights out. Put that light out. No, Bronson. I ain't fucking. Bronson, only you. Bit of violence, instead of gonna fix. Time to see if this pops or goes bang. Yeah, gonna have one bite of a sandwich first. I've got a mouthful. Bronson's here today. Fucking sandwiches, look. Because he's got a Sarnies, he thinks, oh, where's mine? He sits there every time I have a sandwich. Yeah, alright, Bronson, get your fucking tray out of it. I know they're in there. Jesus. I didn't have a sandwich in peace. What we got today? This bit of pickle and a little bit of there's a bit of cheese in there as and some corn stuff. The sharp's off. Right, let's go and grab a speaker. Option, leave my Sony alone. Has that one got a longer? Yeah. Yeah, it has. There you go. Like I say, it's caught under the chair. Now you banged your head on the table there, you silly git. Fucking, what's up with you, Bronson? You nuts. Well, I did switch her on. She didn't go bang, so that was one good aspect. Now, obviously, now we're not going to get nothing from the thing on it, are we? So, she's still switched on the thing, but I've not switched on. Oh. Well, we've got no power for some reason. Really? Oh no, there is power. Sorry. So, it's up here. Nothing. Really? That's interesting. Yeah. Obviously that's for the record player. Yeah. I'm surprised here. Thought we would have got something. I'd give it a few minutes to warm up. It is working because I can see this spinning around on my hand. It's trying to pull it over. Where's that? She is still switched on. So let me just have a quick browse. It would have been phono. It would have been these ones up here. Oh, here you go. Oh, it made me jump for a minute. It might be because I've got nothing in. Is the chip getting hot? No, far from it. We're getting something, but obviously I need to wire. It's wired up right. So what I need to do is source a bit of wire. After I buy a sandwich. No, chip's not getting hot. Which is cool. Because that indicates to me I've wired it up right. And the thermal paste is cooling it down. It's taking heat out. That's why I used that MX6 paste. Because obviously that's good conductive stuff that is. They use it. If CPUs get all the way up to about 130 Celsius, I'm sure that stuff can even coat on something like that. Right. I hate it when it makes that bang. Thought it would have brought a bit of life to it. The chip's not getting on. So the chip's wired up right. I can't play the tape because obviously the thing on it. So Try a tape. I don't think the belt's in it though. I think I might have to take it out and put a belt in. Because obviously I can't get nothing out of this. Where's that front? I'm trying to have a look at the front and then the FMs. So these are the presets. FM is mono, which is going to be up here. We'll leave it in mono. UHF is going to be roughly around about this one up here. Medium wave will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's going to be about 5 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So any of these should have worked it. I've got nothing. Does it have an input? Well, the tape ones just play. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, where is the tape one? The tape's next to the phono, which is this one here. So this is the record player. This one's the tape. So record and tape, and then the other 3 channels. That one's the tape. This one here is the radio. So I think what I'm better off doing is, and the chip's not getting warm at all. So I think what I'm better off doing, let's sort the tape out and we can go for the tape. We've got no audio. Well, obviously it is because you can hear it. So the amp is doing its job. If I remember correctly, these are buggers to get off. I've done the other one. Well, it didn't go with a bang. I thought they would have fixed it, to be honest. I've got to think here for a minute. Let's take this off. Right. Fuck me, that belt's gone, isn't it? You can see it. That belt is not supposed to be that shape. It's definitely, well, that's a dead cert. That one's gone. That's only for the tape counter, but it don't matter. Turning it into anything, so I'd say get the tape up and running as possible. Yeah, I think you're right. That belt's destroyed. It's fucking oval shaped. Take these red ones out. Turn them off from the wall. Thought I'd have got something out of that, to be honest. But remember, this was spares or repair. So for the 50 quid I did pay, all I really bought it for was the original chip and for spare parts. It's just as well because it come in handy, because I just swapped the entire bit over. Thought you wanted it, Bronson. I knew you'd be in here. There you go. Good. I forgot. It's got epoxy cables strapped around here and it makes it difficult. I can get out. So you got to pull the cables out. Okay. Yeah, they made this accessible, didn't they? And then obviously need to get to, oh, it's a fucking flat wide belt. Oh great, lovely. Right, I'm gonna have to put something down here, guys. I don't want this because that's metal going on metal. So I'm gonna have to put something over this and then stop that from shorting out. It'll be fine. The mould on this is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. So the point where I want to get to, excuse me, more tea, Vicar. Right, I'm going to take this out. I think this is how I've done it before. Now obviously I bought new belts for mine. I thought, oh, listen, they might be able to get this, at least get this one up and running, or partial up and running. No. Obviously, looking at the state of it, I'm amazed it's running at all, full stop. Obviously, straight away, that belt is absolutely gross. It's not only gross, I'm amazed it ain't fucking. That belt's just on the verge. I'm just having a look. That belt's just on the verge of delaminate, like literally going to liquid. It's just started to break down. Told you it's a 4-belt system on here. So first things first, obviously got to source one out from here to here and then one to here to here. Let's have a look at these belts. Good thing aspect is I'm not going to have a wide belt, but let's turn that off. I don't need it. Well, that one's sorted, so we've got that one done. Alright, cool. Now, obviously, I need to do from that one. We got any wider than that? I think that's about the widest one I've got. Well, that'll do. It's going to be better than what it is because it's obviously slipping. The only thing is trying to fucking put them on and obviously not go underneath at the same time, which is not the easiest to do because, like I said, trying to put these on, really difficult because you've got like, there's no groove on these ones are just a flat belt. If Worms was here, he'd say hot glue it. Just put the I thought you was putting the chip on yours. What, this chip? No, I just swapped it over. I remember I just swapped the entire board over. I think what Mr. Carforce said that. He said, why are you mucking about trying to take that out? He said, just swap the board. And I thought, yeah, he's right, you know, just swap the board. Solder it and just put it on. It's exactly what I've done. Mr. Bronze? Is that Mr. Bronze, Daddy? It's always that Mr. Bronze. Mr. Bronze don't listen to his dad. He wants sandwiches. Yeah, I know what Mr. Bronze wants. Very crafty, that Mr. Bronzel. Well, I want me tweezers. Where's me tweezer? Tweezers? You want? Tweezers. So let's see if we can just get something out of this at least. It's true what Mr. Pico said. It's bloody frustrating. Like, you know, you end up doing these things, putting them on. You know, taking all your time and your effort, but then it's all part of the learning curve, isn't it? We've all got to, you know, we never know what they're going to be running, right? Because, like you said, you don't know its history. And looking at the history on this, I'd say this one is in really poor condition. I'm not saying it's salvageable, but it's in a much more poor state. So what I'm going to do is that's better. Now, obviously, I've looked it over to that because that's part of the thing on it. So far, so good. It's like a little hook. I'll show you in a minute. They must have designed it because they knew this was going to be tricky to put on. I've done these before. Again, everything has to be timed up just right, just like the old VCRs. They're even worse, the VCRs, because they've got a lot of timing gears on. If one of them timing things are altered, God forbid, it just causes nothing but grief. Them screws are well in, mate, I'm telling you. Well in. One more for one more. Right. Now I can unhook that now. Where's my torch? Right, well that seems to be on. Let me just double check, make sure that is. You just spin it, make sure it's all right. Yeah, she's fine. Fine. She's spinning right now. She's centerized now, so obviously. There weren't none behind that, was there? I can't see any. Let's just put her back for a minute and give her a go. Whirl her up. There's a latch down the bottom. It's also, you've got to slot into place as well. I can see it from here, and that's got to go into place. Oh, for fuck's sake! Something's one of them buttons that come out. Great, lovely. I can see at the bottom. These are notoriously really tricky. To get back, you can see why. The people is trying to get these back in place. Oh, mate. She just don't want to go in today. There you go. She's in there. So she's got to go over, up and under. That's it. Now I'm going to leave that not wired in for a minute. Obviously, I've not one of them buttons. They've gone down here. It's alright. It's only button things. Ain't going to stop it from powering up. We've got the guide pin in there. Oh, shit. Yes. Just as well as that, because there was a guide pin. Don't tell me that's got to come back out. I think it has. Oh, for crying out loud. She's got to come back out again. Sorry, guys. I didn't see that. Which goes here. Alright. Well, it did have. Something else has come out. Oh no, here's the spring. The spring's got to, this is sprung loaded. She's got to come partially back out. For crying out loud. Literally. Hold up, Mr. Peake, I'll read your message, my friend. Alert. If not done already, please check the Discord and let me know in the link. Oh, I did see that. That was the one I was watching, right? I was watching that one, right? I had it on there. The only downside is it did have the exact same problem. In the description, it says the CD player is not responding. So, no response from the CD when player selected. The tray does not. The tray does, but not the motor, and the motor, but it cannot be heard. No, thanks for looking. I did have a look at that. That was the one I was already looking on that one. Yeah, I already had that. I've already had that one on my list. yeah, obviously it's obviously got 1 day, 3 hours left to go. That's on my. I'm keeping my eyes on that one, on that thing. So yeah, I'll have a. If the worst comes to it, obviously, because if you're paying that type of money for the mechanism and it's not the right one, you won't get your money back. So that might have to be bare thinking about. There you go. These are fuckers putting this gearing mechanism. This is important because that pin is an electronic engagement stop, so you've got to have that in. But it sounds like the tray's fine and then the player is dead. Yes, I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm going to keep my eyes on it and see if anyone don't. If they don't, I'll sneak a bit in. Because I'm thinking that, like you said, it's that tray that's causing the issues. Well, she's spinning round freely. The pin's back in. Didn't put the pin back in, that's what done it. I see it, it was up there here, and I went, fucking hell, that was handy. So, nothing else in the way, is there? So, I ain't worried about this one going to this one. That I'm not bothered, because that's only for the tape counter. Oh, excuse me. So we'll switch her back on. Right, she's turned off. She's still not playing. Ah, but we got tape play now, but this ain't engaging. Which that wasn't before, it is now, but this ain't engaging. This is supposed to be engaging round. Like that one there. That's supposed to be engaging. Plot thickens. So that means, is there another belt still missing? Right, I've unplugged her. Turn it back on. Make sure she ain't. No, she ain't. Cool. Take her back out then. I'll have a look. I'll have to inspect it even further. Make sure that there ain't nothing else. This is why I thought, like, putting all the belts back. Is there something else missing? This is what worries me. think it slid right off the track itself. I can see it. It has. This is what's causing the issue. Now the old top plate's got to have to come back off. She's slid completely off the track, off the thing on it. I can see it. It's gone under. This is why it's not spinning. Right. Okay. I won't put the wire back on. Leave that off. That's frustrating. I'm going to have to watch that ping because it's going to ping out. Bugger. Yeah. Wait until the last minute. I'm going to exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait till I'll only get around about what 10 seconds and then I'll submit a bid. Well, I normally get about that. Keeping it. That's the one I'm watching. I am watching that one. It's the exact same one. So I think, well, the mechanism is going to be the same. Yeah, I wonder if there's another belt that's got to go on this. Let me have a quick look. Let's take this pin out so I don't forget. Let's see if there's anything else that I have got to put. Because that looks like a multiple thing on there. Obviously, what was this one for then? Does that spin there? Yeah, it does. There weren't no more underneath it, was there? No. But there was another one at the top there. This is what worries me. It looked like there was another engagement because on part of that top part of that wheel, what was it? Yeah, it is. There's another belt that's supposed to be at the bottom. I can see where the original belt's gone, but there's also another one right at the bottom of this. It looked like that come off and carried over to something, but I can't see what. Ain't going to be for the top one. Well, that turns the main wheel on these ones. So they're turning. This one engages over here, which goes onto this because I can see the band where it sits. Obviously, that's not the original band. Where's the original one? I'm going to put the original band back on, right? Let's see what happens. I'm just going to put a screw top and bottom. Is that flush? Yeah, that is. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to put one in this corner, one in the other corner, and see what happens. That was jumping off. Don't think it's wide enough. The other one, the other belt was well and truly stretched beyond belief. Right, now let's push this, let's move this motor back over. And put it back and see what happens. I've only put 2 screws into this. Right. Let's see what actually happens with the 2 screws. Playing, but this still ain't spinning. That's spinning, that's spinning. There's a belt missing because it's not engaging this. It's definitely 100% a belt missing. So I'll take it back out. Yeah, there's definitely 100% a belt missing because it's not engaging none of this mechanism at the top here to turn. I can't see where it goes, which is not showing me. The belt has not come off, but it's not also showing me where the other one goes, which is bloody frustrating because I can't seem to see where it goes. There is definitely another. I thought, am I missing something out? Let's have a look at the alignment. Yep, found it. God, that was sneaky. Right, she has to come off. I'll see where she goes now. There is. It's. Might have guessed. They've put it in the most inaccessible spot going. It's a cross loop system. That the one that I said to you, like, I'll show you when I take it off. God, that is really, really sneaky. Watch that pin because I don't want to lose this pin. Take that pin out. Right. Right. It is definitely it's on that top part of that motor. Right. And she's really, really sneaky. So obviously the way they've designed it, there's a groove. I did see it. There's a groove on the bottom part of that motor that goes to the top part as well, which I didn't see. It was so easily it was so easily curved. Right. So let me see if I can put it in. So this one here has also got another groove point right in the centre of that goes up here as well. So this one's got to come off, obviously. So I need to put this one on first. That then goes over there. that goes on part of the top one, so it overlaps this. Sneaky git. And one day I said to you, I said I couldn't find nothing. God. Right. Let's grab me other bands, see if there's any smaller ones. God, yeah. Right, guys. Good luck with this. Thanks, Ozzy. Catch you later, my friend. Yeah, it's obviously getting late over in Australia. I know what it's like. That's too much. It's going to be a medium belt. I just know it's going to be a medium belt. It looks like one. Right, we should be good to go now. Mr. Aussie's cool. Obviously, I lived in the UK. Obviously, can't blame him because I would have loved to have done the same. Moved to Australia. Australia's just got a much better life. I know just by looking at me sisters living out there. It's got a much more, like, it's more healthier. Obviously, like I mean, they don't believe in scrounging like of the unemployment services. It's all about work out there at the end of the day, but it's just a much more chilled way. Obviously, I'm not saying that they haven't got problems, because obviously due to the latest one that all kicked off at the Bondi Beach, which again no one expected, but they won't tolerate it there because the police laws in Australia have also got guns, so again they will not be afraid to actually use it. Right. Oh, hold up a minute. Oh, don't tell me I've got to put that back on. Yep, I have. Because I didn't do the top one. I've put that on, ain't I? And I didn't put the other one. Because it's the 3 belt system. And then the top one's the 4th. I've just looked. I'm glad I've noticed now before I bottled all this back up. Fuck it, these are a friggin' nightmare. I hate working on these things, but I mean they're not like really difficult to do, but it pushes your patience because the belting system's obviously like not the greatest on these, you know. So I've done that part there, but I've got to put this one on top of this one, which playing out. Bad Manners. I remember Bad Manners. I like Bad Manners. Right, now all the bloody belts are on. Thank God for that. Right, hopefully this will be the last bloody time I have to keep undoing this thing. I've put the original belt back now, it's the only snag. Lippo Fatty, yeah, Lippo Fatty. I remember that record, it's actually a good song. Blood to Bust Vessel, isn't it, or something like that. His name is. He's got a really, it's got an unusual name. I thought there weren't something quite right. I thought, why ain't that engaging? I just want to see if I've got sound coming out of that audio chip. Mine feels like tape. The tape's put up more of a fight than anything else. Right, now this is where I've got to be uber careful here. Right. Right. Well, the bottom ones, I think I've got to put the bottom one on first before you put the, like that. Yeah, and then the top one goes on the top one. There you go. Cool. Now she should work. Now she should work, because now I can see we've now got tape at the bottom. And I think that top one's going to give me egg, you know, because it's slack now. Yeah, it is. It's jumping off the track. Yeah, how did I know that? Got to come back out again. Sorry, guys. This is what's given me the rats behind on that front, because she's putting up too much of a fight. So again, I'm going to have to take that one out. Like that. Friggin' Nora. The belts are overlapping, and the belts are causing, it's causing too much of the tension on it, because now it's got the right tension on it, it's now just slipping off. I think one of them's overlapped. They got overlapped like that, and that's obviously what's causing the issue. One's overlapped and crossed each other, because these have to go in a certain way. Moly. So So that one is on there. We got to put this one. She has to go. Now, hold up a minute. That one wants going over that one. That's it. And that one wants going over that one. Right, okay. We'll get there in a minute. Crying out loud. And then you've got to put the pin back in. Which that then guides back in that way. And then what I've got to try and do is, God almighty, this is really like the difficult vendetta to try and put on these is astronomical. Right, so that one's got to now go over. I'll get there in a minute. Right, she's got to go on first, and the other one has to go on second. Like that. Now she's on. Oh my God. Seriously. One's got to go on first, and then the other one's got to go on after. Yeah, they made that accessible. Not. Bloody belt systems. They're just as complex as some of the others. That Panasonic one I've done was absolutely an headache. Right. Yeah, I think the Panasonic was a 5-belt system. This is a 4-belt system. It took me over 2 hours trying to sort that one out, but I've done it. I would like to do it again. Right. The bottom one's going to have to cut. The top one's got to come back out because of the pin. It's not guided in. No, it's all going to have to come back out. Holy smokes! I only want to put the bloody belt back on, just get it working. Just want to hear a sound out of it. Lucky enough, I won't have, once this is up and running, I won't have to do this again. Right. Let's try that now. Of the belt system. Where is it? Yay. Now she turns. Thank God for that. Right, let's put this back in. Gotta love it, ain't you? Gotta love it when a plan comes together. Right, now she's all put back. Switch her on. Now she spins. She's spinning now. Fast forward. Nice. Now I can grab a tape. I can hear sound coming out. We've got something, but obviously no audio. We just got hiss. So that's indicating to me capacitors. Let's grab an audio tape. Well, I'm glad that's working. That's the original belt. It's probably slack, but it is now spinning. Oh, you know, it's gone to sleep, I reckon. Just want a audio. Source A audio. Yes. Easier said than done. Just to chill. Let's see if we can see what we can find. Oh, let me go away first. Oh, crying out loud. It's all that bloody water. Hello, Dick. He didn't want to go down for a wee. All he wants is just to eat. Yeah, of course he is. You know, we'll chew that up. That won't last too long. And that's not it. I want a bloody cassette. Where's the cassette? In a box room somewhere. Frustrating when you can't find nothing. Have you got a selected tape? That's just what I'm looking for, but got a bunch down here, but I don't think there's anything on it. Let's try this one. Dick. Well, it is working, the tape's going round, so that's one aspect. Which it wasn't doing before, so I've got the tape sort of partly working. We've still got no audio coming out. Got anything out of that audio? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely zinger. I can hear a hum. No audio. Nothing. So we've still got an audio issue, but now the tape's playing, which is cool, which is great for that aspect, but obviously that's not helping the situation. So I've got still got no bloody audio coming out, even regardless I put the audio chip in. Now I honestly thought that might have caused an. I thought that might have been alright. EDF, get ready tomorrow. You've got 4 hours free electric. Well, that's nice of them. I can hear that. Obviously, we must have some audio coming out because, like you said, as this is a parts one. I mean, bloody frustrating. I paid 20 quid for a bloody chip. Really, you know, put it back. Thought we might be able to get something out, at least, but clearly not the case. Bloody crap that's falling out of it. No, it's not the greatest. It's strip this back. Just wondering if it might be like, it's like you said, it's a parts one. Would have been nice to have a bit of audio come out of it. But did you know? Did it play? No, because the belts were missing. It sounded about the first to go, but as it obviously it couldn't. It might have had other issues. That's just it. Yeah, the possibility in it. Because obviously it can't seem to pick up the audio from. That's tape. Like you said, it might have had multiple issues on this. Can't seem to get nothing coming out of the on the tape. I can hear hum. So I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I originally thought that you would have started streaming today, but it was obviously fitting into your original case. Yeah, I know what you're saying. You thought that I was going to obviously put this one out and put that one in, but obviously due to this chip wasn't the original on that front, that's why I put this one in to get myself. I can try to recuperate some of the money, because I only wanted the original chip, because obviously these cheap Chinese ones I honestly thought that I would have had something. We've got nothing at all. We've got nothing on that. So obviously on the medium wave and FM, I'm completely baffled, to be totally honest. And it could be, like you said, it could be a number of things. So I'll have to put this one back down as parts and just give her a clean and just re-advertise it. I can hear a hum, and that's saying it's like it is working though. Yeah, so the chip is suggesting that he's doing something. That could be caps or something like that would be tested or working like the original. I think you're right. I'm thinking at the end of the day, it's like you said, I've put all this back right. All this has been put back like the correctly of the way it should be intended to be put back. It's like you said, the tape is, if you play the tape, I can hear, all I hear is a hum. She is turning. So she is correctly put back together. So she, like you said, she must be, she is partly working, because otherwise you wouldn't even hear that. So the chances are that that this is doing its job. I mean, at the moment, what does she stand me in? I paid 50 for it, pitched the chip out because I just swapped the entire board to get my one back up and running. I spent £18 on the chip. Oh, did I spend 18 quid on the chip? I think I did. So in total, it's about 70 quid. And that's what they normally fetch for spares or repair. So I'll just break even. I think that chip works fine. That if you seal that chip, Pales removes it. So yeah, if I would remove it and keep the chip for another project, I mean, there's a strong possibility that I would do that. I mean, like you said, let me have a quick look to see what I actually did pay for that chip. No, I didn't. What did I pay? Yeah, I paid £18.17 for that chip. 18 quid. Which obviously come from China. So £11 that, all the rest was in fees. So I sell that as parts and then remove and keep the chip for another project. Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. I might actually do that. Just sell the whole thing. I mean, that way I could put it back up for 15 quid and I've got a spare chip. So if mine does go bang again, at least I know this works. Obviously I'm going to have to desolder it. So I think that might be a best bet. But the belt is on there because you won't get no audio come out. It will just go quiet. So yes, I think I will stick to what you just said there, Mr. Pico. It does make perfect sense, my friend. Because again, chips for these are notorious. At least I know this one works. And it won't get warm, far from it. So if mine does go bang, at least I'll know that I can then use this chip back on mine and I won't be restrained. Obviously I'm going to have to order some caps on that front. Now I've obviously, now this is the best bit, obviously because I've touched high voltages in here. First things first, unplug. Take that out. Take. I reckon a couple of caps are gone. I reckon to cause that. I reckon that's capacitor related personally. Totally, it's like you said. Now I'm going to have to be careful, but I've got that voltage dissipator, so I'll take that out and disadvantage them caps on the back of it. Now I know I've just put all that in and soldered that all up, but it shouldn't be too bad. But the tape does play, so what I'll do, I'll put all the tape back together, give her a good clean, right? I'll clean her, and then just advertise it. It's like you said. At least that way I've got a spare chip. Obviously, keep coughing up. It don't make sense to leave the chip in just to sell it for spares or repair for someone else. Now, obviously, there's some high grade caps in here, which are these ones here. So, first thing I do want to do is discharge them caps before I touch anything. I don't want to get zapped. That's a bit of a pizza, isn't it? I thought, oh, well, that actually might, no. We obviously are getting audio, but obviously this board, and looking at the state of it, I can't wonder at it. You can't win it always, you know. Let's see if there's any voltage in these caps. Where's them big power caps, these ones? Nothing. I don't, do you know what? I don't even know if this is fucking working, you know? I mean, I end up buying it from AliExpress, but it end up being, just don't know if it's actually I don't know if it's actually discharging, because you're supposed to have a display. And they're big old caps. These will give you a kick. That board is giving off some heat. I can feel it. I don't think that's doing anything. I just can't see it. Absolute rubbish. I think that chip would works fine. So yeah, I think the right. Actually, just put all this. Take this back off, right, and then just sell it for spare parts. Recuperate some of your money back. Obviously, I've got the original chip. Because to get an original chip off one of these is bloody difficult. It's really, you know, it's not the easiest. I think that is. I think that makes perfect sense. to what you're saying. I think I've even got a box. I'll have to look, because I can actually then advertise it, and then I can actually get it posted as well, because they go by the size on the box, and I can add that in with the post. Right, I'm going to want them. Well, if that's the case, I can then fire up me moo gun. I'll fire up my moo gun and use that. I've got to see again. Here, Mr. Peter, look. This is what I'm saying about it. Look what I've got to work with. I tidy the table, I have one object on there, and then I can't move, because obviously I've got multiple issues. So a 6 foot table is obviously not enough. it's clearly not. I've got belts everywhere. I can putting this out. Right, I think first things first, let's put all the belts away. Jesus. I think that might be the sensible move. Fucking hours I spent on this, Jesus. But again, without not knowing, I wouldn't have known that. So it had to be done. I think it was just one of them things. Put that out there. Trying to make a little bit of room. All I'm doing is just moving it over, because that's exactly what I'm doing, because I need the gun, and obviously I haven't got the room, because I've got to now power this up. Moved over there. Big yeah, I've got a move gun. Oh, that's a nice one. Yeah, I just see that. The one on here. It's a bit on the fancy side. But like I said, I think they all near enough do the same things, don't they? These moon guns. Some a little bit more fancy than others. Obviously, I'll set that up 300 Celsius. I'm going to desolder. I took the screws out. Yeah, the screws are out. Yes, that's a bit on the fancy side, definitely. The only thing with these move guns, they take a little while. I don't normally go too mad with them. But it's good that the chip does work. We have got audio. We did partly, even though if it was an it don't make no difference. Bloody old pods, and you don't miss nothing. I thought that we would have got some form of sound out of anything, but that indicates to me this has got too many multiple issues. I think most of them are going to be capacitor related. Watson, really? Seriously, boy? Yeah, just come out to 300. Yeah. We've just got up to 300 now. That's like anything is trying to. Took all that solder off, the entire lot. Let's see if that wiggled out. Probably not, no. Still mounted on there. So what I'll do now, give her a load of flux. Or I could just get the hot air on it. Oh no. It won't go too well with hot air. These balls don't take too kind to hot air at all. I'll get the no, there's nothing else in it, Bums. You fucking walked the lot down, you know. Definitely 100%. Where is my... Yeah, she is. Holy smokes. Right, there you go. So now I'm going to flux her up. Just get the solder in on there. There you go. Where's me solder? Solder. Oh, excuse me. The moot gun's done most of their work, but as always, they don't do everything of the work. So, alert, alert. I like the alert button. Check the Discord. Alright, where's my phone? Alright. I couldn't find the bloody phone. I got a mood gun because it was late, so I got a full refund. So, oh, nice one. Yeah, now that's a prop. Obviously, that's a proper. That's a nice proper desoldering one. So obviously, because it was late, they refunded you, and you managed to keep it. Nice. So yeah, that's what you want, though, isn't it? Nice little touch. Yeah, there's no Discord message from Mr. Worms. Oh, Mr. Worms. Sorry, my phone. I didn't. So bloody many apps. Right. Squishy Worms. Let me read out from Mr. Squishy Worms. Right. All traces at the bottom are fixed. It's not pretty, no. And I blobbed it on as it was obviously blobbed on. It was on purpose. So in the hope that it gives the socket extra strength. So it'd be about. It's a bit on the weak as 8 anchor points are missing. So in the total there was also a track needed fixing, which runs between some of the pads. But the 4 of the traces on the top side of the board, it will coat near the bottom as well. So the socket retains that there's a resin. So at some point again. So we're hoping this provides extra strength. There's a little, maybe add a little hot glue around the socket. I think it's right at the end of the day. Just hope that it will fit in the case near the socket. Not done any testing yet, as it needs replace a capacitor that I removed, so allowing more space for it. Also, the memory IC is below this one, so I've had to remove to pick up the trace underneath that. And then he sent a picture. Oh yeah, oh Jesus, yeah, I saw what you mean. Bloody hell. Yeah, not pretty, like you said. So obviously not the prettiest of work, but as long as it does the job. Yeah, he's obviously done a fantastic job there. Yeah, show us then. Yeah, look, the this is what Mr. Worms had to do on the Atari board, but obviously this is why it had to stop on that front. So yeah, getting that type of solder points on there, because you can actually see where the traces are. So yeah, that goes off to Mr. Worms. He stuck to what he said. He said he could actually do it. I mean, bloody hell. I don't think I would have been able to done that. So yes, the only thing is, it's like you said, he's had to remove what, but it says on there, he hasn't done any testing yet, because a capacitor needs to be replaced. So obviously he's had to order a capacitor, and he said that I removed to allow more space to work, and also the memory IC below this one he's had to remove to pick up the trace of underneath it. So it looks like, by the sound of it, what you're saying on there, he's had to remove a few items near the IC socket, because like you said, and this is how delicate these bloody boards are. At the end of the day, absolutely a nightmare. So I'll message Mr. Worms once I've done all this, but I'm thinking that 100% he's done a fantastic job. But obviously ain't out in the neck of the woods yet, because he's got to test it. You know, otherwise, if them connectors, top and bottom, are not in parallel with each other, they're not talking, it won't complete the circuit, and you won't get a display. So obviously he has done really, really well there. Obviously it's his best to actually get that done. So yeah, so obviously with this, I'm not going to get nowhere with this, obviously, on that front. So let's see if I can put the bloody fan on and see if it'll work it. Probably not, I'll just fucking make a mess. So yeah, Mr. Worms has done a fantastic job as usual. What I might have to do is see if I can try and pull the chip out a little bit. There you go. She's out. I bent one leg up just a little bit, but ain't too bad. She's on that one, but they can be straightened out. Main thing is they're all out. Right, not breaking that chip, because that chip's 18 quid. So what I'll do now is I'll give her a quick clean. Yeah, I think Mr. Worm's done really well there. Hoping that works fine after. Yeah, I do. He's done a lot of work on that board. Yeah, it wasn't. This is what did I say to you? No, I said to you, I'm going to stop. I think don't carry on, because obviously all you're going to do is make it 500 times worse than what it is at the end of the day. And I thought that was a great idea by putting an IC socket in, so we could take the RAM out, and obviously done quite a bit of damage by doing that. And this is a prime example of what I said about these bloody retro boards. The Spectrums are the worst. What the fucking hell was that? The Spectrum ones are the worst. They are not the easiest. So now I've got to clean all that up. So now I need to get some tissue. Get some tissue and clean this off. I can take the speaker out now, though it won't. Ain't gonna make no difference, is it? Because the other one's all out. Yeah, look at that nice chunk of aluminium. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I was just thinking. Do you know what you must have read my mind. It's just what I was thinking. I'm thinking, massive chunk of aluminium there. Fucking, it's worth more than that in scrap. This is why I'm not being funny, but it is worth more in scrapping stuff than what it is trying to repair it. And you're right. I wonder what this guy's worth to the scrapper guys like to see them items. Yeah, I bet. You know, look, put enough paste on that. I wasted all my bloody MX6 paste on that. MX4 paste. I thought, well, that definitely done its job. But, like you said, we tried it, we've put it together. Soldered it all back up. You won't know until you try it. Obviously, this board's got far too many issues. It's just got... I think it's just too gone. I think it's in really poor state. Yeah. So... yeah, I think you're 100% right there, Mr. Peaker. I think what we end up doing is just put this back together, give it a good clean, and get it re-advertised, get my money back. Because all I really wanted, was the original chip. Because I don't know the history of these Chinese ones. I don't know how long that would have lasted at the end of the day. Obviously, I am going to still need caps for the other one, which I will get. Because it does work. We obviously we know that. And it's in much better condition, obviously, because I've got the original speakers. So, yeah. Move this out of the way. Bloody hell. Yeah, so by the sounds of it, Mr. Worms has been doing a hell of a lot of work on that. That's why I always strip them of all them parts. That's probably why it must take you bloody hours trying to strip that lot down, you know. Can you wear your hands out trying to take... because like you said, it's alright getting the items, but then you've got to physically... you've got to do... virtually, you've got to do you've got to be doing what I'm doing there. You've got to literally undo all them parts, take all the precious metals out. They've all got to be sorted out. This is why a lot of this stuff takes hours to do. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah, this is why I strip them all down for the parts. Fucking it must... I mean, like you said, it takes hours. It's dedication. It's a lot of dedication to actually do it. Yeah. And there's also, like, the scrap out of the refineries, and they get money for the materials. Yeah. Exactly the same basis. I mean, they're obviously not going to give you nothing just on the unit, but you've got obviously precious metals inside, like that aluminium. Obviously, they go by the ton load on that. So obviously, to get that out, you've got to just do what I've just done there. The chip's going to have to be... you won't... I mean, you're right. You ain't going to muck about what I've just done, but you can be a little bit more forceful because it's all going to scrap anyway. So it doesn't make no difference. But it's still got to be separated because the precious metal's inside. Obviously, you're going to have a lot of wastage because, like you said, you'll have plastics, the casing. What's the casings? What are they? They're not aluminium. They're obviously like a cheap bi-graded metal. But again, the casings, it's still scrap at the end of the day. Obviously, you're not going to get a lot for the bits because the precious metals are always going to be inside. But again, all this has to be cut away. You have to cut all that out. You've got to separate it all. I can see why now it takes so long. Yeah, by all means, yeah. You can make money by selling in good parts and make your own scrap. That's why it's no good to make money on the even on the plastic. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, everything's salvageable because if you think about it, what if someone wanted to restore like a VCR and there's a couple of parts missing? Look at Andy. Andy was a prime example. Couldn't get a cage for it. You helped him out. That's what I'm saying. It was just very fortunate that you was doing what you do, and you're thinking, well, actually, I'll deal with all that lot. Yeah, casings are various metals. Yeah, they do. Yeah, because you've got steel and all type of others. Yeah, to composite sites. Yeah, even you're right. Even the like the connectors or something like that. Someone might want a connector for it, and you're thinking, oh, they can't get the connector. So I suppose it doesn't make sense to actually, like you said, you repaired a couple and they're not worth nothing, 15, 20 quid. But you break it down, you'll get more than 20 quid on your parts. It's madness, isn't it? Where's the logic? Obviously, by breaking the thing up, but then obviously, the only downside by breaking it up is it's much more time consuming because obviously you need to store it. Then obviously that part of the bag of screws for, say, for it was a CPS or something for a Sony VHS player. I have to cut the connectors off. Oh my God. They've all got to be boxed in as well as the refines, and they have to take all the... Oh, Jesus. Bloody hell. Was that also... What about all the remotes? Do they all come with like things like remotes sometimes? Hold up a minute. Mr. Pico, I've just found something here. What's these wires cut off? I've just found 3 wires cut off. I haven't done that. That wasn't me. There's 3 bloody wires cut off down here. Alright, make that 4 wires cut off. Well, where'd they go? What? I've just literally found them cut off from down the bottom. Do you reckon someone's cut these off deliberately? They've been spliced. That is not by me. I have not done that. I've only just literally found them tucked underneath there, and I went to pull them out, and I went, look, four wires. This is probably why it's got no fucking sound going to it. Great. Now that really indicates to me now, what have they disconnected? I've literally just found that spliced. Unbelievable. And they look like you've got a green, a brown, a yellow and an orange. Well, that's probably why it didn't work, yeah. I said to you, didn't I? It's got no... I thought, it feels like this has got no power up here. I bet them ones there, what they spliced, I bet that's for the radio. Wow. And I've literally only just found that. Literally. Because they was tucked right underneath. They was tucked up here. Like that. That's how they was tucked. So you obviously want to fault nothing. But 4 wires have been deliberately cut off. So, I obviously, they're behind here somewhere. That's really unbelievable. That's probably why that radio never had no sound. They cut the wires. Hang on. What was it? What colours are they? Brown, orange, yellow and green. Brown, orange, yellow and green. They're up here. They're for the radio. Oh, unbelievable. They're right up for this module. They're going up towards this module section. There's the colours. I can see them. So they're going up here. Wow. That's probably why the tape works, but nothing else did. Well, well, that summed it up, didn't it? That's probably... Oh, jeez. I've literally just found that. In 30 seconds. Literally pulled that out. That's why the radio ain't working. I've got no... It literally didn't make any sense. Because the radio's got no sound. Well, that's a pisser, but obviously I can't get to the bottom. And where have these been spliced? So where's the connector then? Obviously this must connect to something. They've deliberately cut that. Someone spliced them off. I bet they thought, fuck it, just cut it. We ain't bothered. But what else have they done to it? Yeah, and you can't see exactly. Yeah, if I've just found that. Well, these must go onto something. What I'm saying is, this must connect to a board or something for this to go onto. Because they're coming off from round here, going under, got to here. So where was that going? I won't really know until you take the other one apart and have a look to follow the trace. Are they going underneath? Because I can't bloody see anything. Where's my torch? I cannot believe I literally just found that. So the wires are coming from the back of this, but they're coming up from the bottom. And I can't see where these ones go back onto the board. Obviously this board's got corrosion. Yeah, look at this. This is why I think it's got multiple issues. Look at the corrosion. Wow, it's got massive corrosion around here. It's not in the best condition. This is probably why this is struggling. This board's been left out in the elements. But that's unbelievable. Yeah, I can't even find where they actually go, them wires. I can't. Seriously, I can't believe. I mean, that's just on that board alone. That board. These boards just look dirty and grubby, except for that one. It's got like a little bit, obviously, due to headphones. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think at the end of the day, they've obviously just cut this and just thought, tuck them under there that way, because it does. Because look, that's just how I found them wires tucked up. So obviously you wouldn't have thought that, because I looked all around the side here and I didn't see anything out of place. It was only when I went to try and pull on the wires and I thought, oh, I just pulled them out. I pulled them out like that. Well, there you go. So I thought, there's your radio. That's why your radio's not working. Obviously it goes all the way up here, goes down onto the board, comes across, comes back out, but what that must come out for that to go onto something on the board, and I can't see anything what that goes on to. Well, that sums it up, doesn't it? It literally, that's probably why the radio was not working. This is purely a parts machine only. Oh, let me bloody frustrating, no? Oh yeah, Mr. Pico, where did you put your fancy? Where did you put your fancy bottle? Have you got it on this shelf? Did you manage to put it on display? Yeah, it's a shame that you didn't have the spots for the 4 hours ago. Because yeah, exactly. Yeah, could have just saved myself the time and bloody effort there. Just said, well, I could have investigated that first before I'd done anything else. Then I wouldn't have had to try and ruin a bloody chip. Near enough ruin a chip to try and sort it out. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you. Oh, nice. So, only a phone up. So you've managed to put it on Pride of. So, did it come? They didn't have a case like that, no, did it? Did that actually come like that? On the actual in the glass case, or did you add that in? Because that looks quite nice. Yeah, very expensive. Nice bottle of brandy there. Very nice bottle. Nice little touch. No, I ordered the glass case one from eBay. Yeah, because it suits it. It definitely, obviously, it definitely does suit it, and it'll keep all the dust off it, and it'll keep it looking nice as well. So it just helps to show it off. Yeah, nice little touch. Yeah, I'm going to have to thank Mr. Worms, but we ain't out in the neck of the woods yet, because like you said, he's not tested it yet. And that's got to be tested. He's done a good job though, I'll give him that. So what I'm trying to do is keep all the pins bent in the same orientation. I don't really want to. These won't take too much to actually break these bloody legs. And these amplifier chips, you wouldn't think that, would you? But at least we know this does. We were getting, like, it wasn't getting a hum, but obviously we got some form of sound when I was clicking on it. So I do know that this chip is good, and I will put on there, chip all good. So keep the chip. If I can find the bloody bit for it and protect the legs. And I'll have to put all that back together. I wish, like you said, I wish I would have found that bloody 4 hours ago. Then that wouldn't have been so bad. Because I could have invested. Before I even thought about putting a chip in, I thought, oh well, try and investigate that. But they done that sneakily, so like you said, they had that, and then I might have been able to got like. But why would you cut that to start with? I don't get it. That don't make any sense. Because obviously the chip was working on the other one, so I can't wrap my head around what people do. This is what I'm saying. It's the same with that Grundig, the butchery. So I think what I might be able to do is, if no one bids on that, because that ends tomorrow on that front. So hopefully I might be able to. I don't know what time that ends. I'll have to check what time that ends. Yeah, Mr. Worms has obviously got his work cut out. Let's see if I can cut a slit into that. And where's me scalpel? what I do, I wrap that back up. Wrap that back up on there. And that protects the legs. Stop the legs from all bending up and breaking. Cool. There's my home setup. Hold up. Pico's Pico's home setup. I like the Pico. Bloody hell, you're just as bad as me. Obviously, he's got a wonderful set. Bloody hell, Mr. Pico. Boxes. This is the trouble when you've got to have a power station set up. Oh my god. Obviously, you've got a lot more room than me on that front, but even so, your cameras, God, it's like everything. Bits piled up, sounds like on my one. Nice. See, to me, it's what a technician should always have. Make sure you've got everything. If you're gonna make sure you've got something, make sure you've got everything. I like the Ghostbusters, the outcomes on that front. Absolutely brilliant. Bits stored everywhere. See, this is the reasons why. It's the same with me. This is the reasons why I end up having bits fucking put in cupboards, on balconies, on that front. Obviously, with yours, most of yours is all due to your recycling stuff. But again, does come in handy to have, because it's just having that one part, and you think, yeah, I know I've got one of them bits somewhere, and that's just it. Yeah, nice little setup. It's a proper setup. That's what I like to see. Now I'm going to put this chip back in. Obviously it was wrapped in bloody other stuff in there, but I'll put it in an anti-static bag, right, with the card, and I'll put on there with the chip that is working. Yes, so right, let's clear half this crap up. Let's get rid of half of this. Look at all the crap come out of it. Savage. Yes, yeah. I'll put that in a safe box if needed. I'll probably end up putting it in one of them little boxes in the corner there, and I'll write on it what I need, what it is. All I've got is bloody thermal paste all over my hands, which is not great. Yeah, nice. That's a nice setup. That is, like you said, that's the only thing when you've got a big setup, right, something like that, the more stuff you've got set up, the more bloody wires you've got in the way, and oh my god. Yeah, astronomical. Obviously, these were the original belts. Fucking look at the state of them. Don't think a belt should be that. I don't think it should be squashed like that. It should be round. So obviously, yeah, that has frustrated me a bit, because not only did I waste some of my bloody thermal paste, right, but I also thought, yeah, well, why haven't I got any sand? Yeah, well, that's probably a big portion of it. You know, obviously it's been butchered. Someone's cut that, deliberate. Yeah, that costs some things, eh? So it's just like save and fix. Sometimes you get like customers' repairs and you keep them. Yeah, I mean, it's like you said. Bits and pieces, because again, like I've got a stack of hard drives. I mean, I've got a big stack of hard drives. I've got 2.5s, there's 500, because I do use them. And the good thing is, obviously, some of the Xboxes I've done some upgrades. Obviously, took the 500s out and put the 1 terabytes in. That's why I couldn't be asked with all them laptops. I went, oh, just post them to you. I mean, you'll have much better use. I ain't got time, to be honest, and I mean, they did work. Some of them did actually. I did manage to power some of them up on that front, so that wasn't an issue. So I'll leave the belts in, because I mean, this will still power up regardless. The front, so I'm not bothered. I'm going to put all these screws back in. bloody annoying though. It is really frustrating because I wish I would have found that earlier. Which obviously is not the greatest. I put the screws back in it, put all this back together, and just oh yeah, that's right. The bloody oh god. Where was that? Where was that case? Hold up. Well, there's a screw out. That was the one I was looking for. There was another part. It did fall in there. Bang it in. There was a plastic bit that went off the top bit there, and I can't frigging find it. I'm curious to see where the wire goes now. Do you know what? I'm going to put this part together. Out of curiosity, I've come this far, right? I'm going to undo all this and get to that part. But obviously, I want to get to this bit first. So, what I'll do. I think you're 100% right there, Mr. Pico. You know, it's all about the learning curve, right? When it comes to understanding about electronics, right? Obviously, it's getting there. It's a slow, long process. Obviously, a professional, the more good you get at something, right? Then that's why you can charge by the hourly rate, because you know that you're confident in your work, and you know roughly, like obviously, bit like Luke at Retro 6, he charges now by the hourly rate, obviously, because now he's professional. He can now not only do reverse engineering on most of the electronic consoles, which is really good because that really helps. If you don't want that big chunk of aluminium, I know where he would like it. Yeah, literally just come back and you're thinking, hang on a minute. That big chunk, yeah, because like you said, that alley, that day, it's like you know putting all the bits back in it, but it's obviously all I've done was just took the chip out on that front, but I still think that if I knew where them wires was, I wouldn't have had to take that bloody bit out, because then I could have traced where the wires went to see if I could have got the radio and the tape to work. But obviously, them wires wasn't to do with the tape side, because they go onto this board. Because all I could see, that's why the tape was getting for its own audio source separate, coming straight through it, but we still wasn't getting any sound. So yeah, well, I know you mean. But yeah. Now I'm gonna have to put all this. Gonna have to put all these bloody screws. Well, them screws go to there, so I know where them screws go. Leave that one off for a minute. I could just leave that one off, because I want to see where that wire goes. I am curious. It's like you. I'd like to try and find out where did that they must have took that off from somewhere. Nice setup, though. I bet that board was for the radio and where the wires come to. If it did, that still wouldn't have stopped the cassette from working, because even though if that was disconnected, because obviously this is its own separate loom because the wires actually, you can actually see where the wires go. They actually come from this board going into where the cassette is. Obviously this section just gets wired up to the radio. Maybe that's why the board had another fix at some point and they soldered that for spares. You just don't know. That's just it. You don't know its history. I don't know its history. I mean, like you said. But I can't see why I shouldn't get my money back on it. I'm not leaving an £18 chip in just for the sake of it. Well, that works, which it did partly hurt because I could hear it. So I know that chip definitely works this. And this was a little bit more of a later model, just ever so slight. Where the other one was a 3700, this is a 3710 or something like that. Well, that's all back in. It's all soldered up. Right. Oh no, I pulled all this out there. Jesus. It's the only thing because of bloody wires. This is when you want a wide desk when you're doing these big, massive, bulky items. Because obviously, this is a prime example when your disc is only so much, you ain't got the depth to get it back in. So right, I need to take out. Let me have a look to see what I need to take out. Is that one out? I've got one here. I'll take one out here. Right. This one has to come out. Because I am curious now to see where this goes. I think this tray can come out deliberately. You can get all this tray out. Ooh. Ooh. Anything else? I don't think it does. I think that's it. Can it come out? Looks like something else is holding it in. This is all loose. It's holding in at the bottom. I think I might have to undo it from the bottom. Oh, I've got me bloody indigestion now. That's where the screw is that holds all the speaker section. I think this all comes out in one go. She does. Added on with that. Ding dong, ding dong. I'll check the Discord. Right, I was right. Jesus, look at the look at the circuitry on that. Oh my god. Obviously, this is where they cut the wires, right? So they spliced the wires from here. Right? Hey, how are you supposed to get all that? Right, there's a bit of plastic there. Right, so there's a bit of plastic floating around at the bottom. As well as crap. They can leave the crap in, I ain't bothered about that. At front. Let me have a quick look. That's some serious circuitry, though. Seriously. I wouldn't want to recap this thing. It would take forever. Squishy worms. Chris, he's put, that's nice. It's a nice case and socket. He said it's the same revision. And Mr. Worms put, thanks, Chris. He said, I use a different socket now, but I measured the height, including the IC, and compared to mine. There's a lot of, yeah, you put, because there's a lot of hard work. Well done, Mr. Worms. Mr. Worms is typing in something. They have cut this, so they spliced these up here that have come off that, but these have to go onto something. These wires, obviously they've obviously cut a plug. So there's nothing being cut off underneath here then. Looking at this. This is all original underneath here. There's a lot of caps. Hell of a lot of caps. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do a recap on this thing. God forbid. Hold up a minute. I think I know where them wires go. Right. How many wires we got? 4? Well, there's 5 wires down. There's a connector here, right? Right where I'm pointing. Which is right up here. This looks like a plug. There's 5 connectors, but there's 4 wires. Which is at the top piece here. So this might have actually been up and over or under that point, and it goes to this because there's nothing there. Hold up, let me read what Mr. Worms said. Thank Mr. Pico. He said, let's hope that the work ones and put the other IC cap back on the board. It won't be today, but I'm cooking lunch, but I'm going to chill now on that front. Yeah, so yes, I think he's done an amazing job, Mr. Worms. Totally agree. Does that cap look like that's blown? No, I think it's just the colour of them. They use like multicoloured caps. Yeah, that's the only thing. Them pots don't look great. Them pots look really, really pitted. Like, you know, it just might be surface corrosion. This has definitely been stored out in the elements. Well, without shadow. Yeah, these ones have gone exactly the same way as well. So yeah. So I would definitely say that might be where them wires actually might have gone, because like you said, you don't know if they was bent over to go back underneath here. But even so, because there's nothing else that's being spliced underneath here, and I can't see it. Because if they was cut, I would have seen the cut marks, but they've not. So that's the only thing I can put it down to, is that plug. That does make sort of sense, because there's no other plug, and these wires probably would have gone down. Well, I've got to put the screws back into that. Yeah, he's done a really good job there, Mr. Worms. But the biggest test is the work that he's put in. Does it work? Fingers crossed. I'm hoping it does. Because you'd still get an image up on, you'll still get an image up on the screen, because it's got to complete. Once that once that IC's in, it should be all right. And do the capacitor. Yeah, so them wires, there's literally. That's what it looks like to me with them wires. Well, I can put the other 2 screws back now. Oh, that's a pisser, isn't it? That's alright. It's a right bit of a bummer, to be honest, because I honestly thought that it's. I was having high hopes for this one. Really high hopes, but. So I think it's like you said, it's just too far gone. Oh, sorry guys. It's a big fat belly. You know. Oh no. That do it went down well. I did tidy me bench. I'm always tidying my bench. This projector I made. Oh yeah, this is what you wanted the camera for, wasn't it? You did say. This is a project I made. Oh no, it's a project. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I know what you've made. Ain't that like a staple thing? Like you can staple them in. Like that looks like two hot soldering ends to make like a staple for plastics and things like that. Like a welder, a staple welder. Like for hot staples. It's what they use for the car industry. We had one of them when I was doing the old crash repairs. At the end of the day, same thing. It works exactly the same way. Nice little project, though. That's it, plastic welder. Yeah. Obviously, it just eats up, and then you just pull it out, and then just you snip them off or something like that, and you can just, and it just helps, like you did with that plastic cog. The same thing, just on a bigger scale. Yeah, there's a few pots in that welder, so it's the right size for your mixer. Oh right, there's a few pots in that. Yeah, actually, I was just, do you know what? You was talking about these ones here. But obviously, Mr. Stew's found me some anyway, and there was only £1 something. So, which I'm still going to order. I'm going to get. So obviously, I'm going to leave all of this. Just put all this back, clean it, and get me £50 back. So at least I can get my money back on that front. Won't be so bad. Obviously, all I've done is nick the bloody. I swapped the boards over. So I can recuperate some of my money back for what I've lost out at the end of the day. Obviously, there's too much needs to be done on this machine. But it'll sell. I know. I'll give it a clean up first, and then I'll put it on my scales, because my scales can take up to 120 kilo. That's why I bought them scales, because I wanted some proper industrial ones, because I do a lot of stuff for the charity. That front, so it does make sense to get some right heavy duty scales. I think I paid about £70 for them. It was really it was worth it. It was worth it. Yeah, it's a shame really. It's a shame really that this has got too many multiple issues. But again, it's a learning curve, isn't it? It gives you an insight of how these things work, and you know what don't work and things like that. Oh yeah, this has got to go on, isn't it? Of course it has. I took that off. That screw has got to go on that one underneath, which I forgot. Yeah, I think I'm going to order some pots, because I would like to do some of that on that. Them pots are just, I think on that Carlsborough, they're just, some of them are just too far gone. Does make sense. I would like to just replace the entire lot and be done with it, because that's an amplifier that's got some serious arse kicking. She really kicks, like the Bowers and Wilkins. When she goes, she powers them speakers up. Oh my god. I've had a Bowers, I did have a Bowers and Wilkins sub speaker, and I sold it for the hospice. I sold it for about £150 because it's a Bowers and Wilkins one. And Jesus, did she kick! But there's nothing compared to them big buggers over there, because of that amplifier gives it the right ohmage output for them big speakers. And the trouble is, they're like 20, they're about nearly a 24-inch sub, 25-inch sub, something like that. It did seriously. I mean, it did. I got told to turn it down. So obviously that was at a party. He said, "Don't go too mad." And it was only on one. I thought, fucking hell. Obviously, I think that even that system would blow them speakers. They're really powerful. It's low impedance. Obviously with the ohms on it, and it obviously can. That's what does it. It gives it that sort of that drop. I have got another sub speaker, but something's gone in it, and it's all part of me surround sound. I've not got round to having a look yet. I've put it in the bedroom. It was working lovely, but obviously not now. It ain't. Actually, I might give that to a job for Andy, because that's more of his field. He knows all that stuff. I want to stick to doing what I normally do, which is all this type of gear. I might pass it, see what Mr. Swindon says, because he's or no, I'll tell you the one that might be good for that. Simple Tech. Tony. He's actually again really good with amplifiers, so I might even contact him. If anything, he would be the person to deal with, because he's really good with amplifiers on that front. But Andy's also not bad himself for finding that. He's done a few amplifiers, so there's a couple of options there I can go to. Yes, you can answer your question, and I have got thousands of remotes, and I've got some that I have sent to Andy for his TV, but most of them just end up being recycled. Yeah, I've got a box of bloody remotes in there, all different TVs. Believe it or not, Mr. Pico, remotes, you might want to, sir, have actually tried to sell them, because remotes sell really well on eBay. Obviously, because trying to get an original remote for an item is bloody difficult, and some of the stuff that I've got are really expensive. Obviously, some of this audio equipment, I can't get the original remotes from, because again, they do third-party remotes, which is not great, to be honest. Well, that summed it up with where that bloody thing went straight away, which is a shame. So, but at least I know now where that wire went. It looks like, and I'll show you in a minute. I think that's where that wire went. I think it went right underneath where I can see from here. That's why they spliced. I don't know why they spliced it. I haven't got a clue. Fucking stupid. It's absolutely dumb. Yeah, if any of your remotes look at it, let me know and keep an eye on a remote. Well, there is a couple of remotes that I do need. I can give you the model numbers. So if you have got appreciation, sir, I will source them out, because I've got a couple of combis, DVD and VHS combis. I haven't got the remotes. I can't get the originals for at the end of the day. Also, I can't get the original for there's an original one there for what was it? There's a JV's. There's a Panasonic CD player that I can't get the original one for. I'm having issues. There's also one there for my Technics tape deck. I can't seem to get that. I will write down. There's got to be about 6 or 7 that I cannot get the remotes for. So by all means, sir, I will write them down, and it's hopefully, fingers crossed, you might be able to get them on that front. So because obviously I've searched eBay. No, I'll because I know that if you have got them, some of these are like, but again, there's no guarantee, because obviously with remotes, they've all got different frequencies. They're normally roughly around about 2.1 to 2.4, 2.5 on their frequencies. but again, they have to pair up because they have a pairing chip inside these that talks to the make and model. So that's how they sort of like know on that front. But yeah, right, that is now all put back. Is there any more screws? Let me have a quick look. Was there any more in here that has to go back in? Because I do want to put all these screws bloody back in this thing. That one don't go in. That one's not going in. I'm leaving all the dead spiders in here. They can have them free of charge. I don't want them. Right, that's all the 4 screws put back in the top plate. Top plate, I'll leave them ones in, obviously because I pinched the chip out of it. There's no point giving them an £18 bloody chip when they just splice the wires off. Oh yeah, you know I was saying to you about earlier on, right? Look, this is why I said to you, let me get the torch. You might be, I think that there's a plug down here, right? I think that plug is them wires they spliced that rolled underneath to plug into this for the radio, and I think that's where that went because I couldn't see where there was nothing else on it. So yeah, bit of a shame, but I think that's it. I think that's where them wires went. It went onto a plug. Obviously one of them's going to be a blank on that front because there's 5 there and 4 wires coming out. Yes, thank you, Mr. Pico. Much appreciated, sir, on that front. So, that's all put back in. Yeah, because if you have a look at this, there's no other plugs on this that go onto the side of that. So I personally think that we've also got another 3 pins coming out of the side there as well. So they look like there was multiple plugs that plugged into this. So I think someone's tampered with this. I personally do think someone's tampered with it at the end of the day. Mr. Pico, you know what I was thinking? Now, obviously, you know what we were saying about earlier on, about the capacitors, the other one, the capacitors on there, we couldn't adjust the record. We adjusted the 45, we couldn't do the 33. I was just looking to see, can't I just unplug this? Oh no, I can't, because one of these are soldered. Oh, bollocks. I thought I might be able to just, because I could see all plugs, I thought I might be able to just be able to unplug it. No, I can't. This one's got to be this one's soldered directly to the board at the end of the day. I was just curious just to swap this over and put this one on mine and then try it to see if this one actually, you know, the thing on it. But looking at this, you know, the condition and the overall and everything else, on that front, but yeah, I was just trying to think outside the box for a minute. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could with all your ones desolder and then resolder the connections. Do you know what? I was really tempted to thinking that to see if that actually fixed the issue on the point of obviously we can't get the 33 to go down, obviously because of the trimming pot, which I've now sorted out. Now, the only downside is it looks like out of all of these, there is all these others look like they pull out. Which they do. These all pull out except for one. So we've got That one can come out. Ah, two. Two has to be desoldered. That's all. All the rest can pull out. Literally all of that can pull out. Oh, three. Sorry, I didn't see that one now. So we've got three. No, hold up. We've got four. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. That has to be desoldered from the board. I was thinking it. I was really tempted to actually desolder and then resolder the boards. I think what I'll do first, I think I'll get the caps ordered. Let's swap the caps because I think these caps are going to be old anyway. I'll get these caps reordered on these fronts. Obviously, I can nick the legs. I can put the legs like the cap things back on the protection side because obviously these have to go in a certain order to take these out. So what I'll do, I'll take them out one at a time because otherwise I won't know which orientation these go because some of these are crisscrossed over. Obviously they've done them for a reason because of the resistors and everything else. Because I won't have to desolder them points. I'll just have to flip this over, obviously because all the wire is on there. But I was curious. I thought that might have just been an unplug and think. No, it ain't that bloody straightforward. At the end of the day, it never is. The main thing is just put the bloody thing back together. Obviously. Obviously this is not going to get any sand coming out of this because obviously there's no sand check. They tried. Rancid, no. I mean, it is really. When I say it's dirty, look at how much corrosion there is all the way along. This thing's absolutely covered. Grass puddle, thank you, friend. Thank you for joining. I mean, earlier on I had a white screen. I didn't have a disco. I just had a pure white screen. I went, oh right, well that went well. You might have to recap it. I'm going to go for the recap. I think that's going to help. This one's in much worse condition. It's really filthy. Obviously, someone's been in this, like you said. They've obviously have been inside it. There's no two ways about it. I mean, now obviously we've found broken. We've found now literally. We've had cut ends on that now, so that definitely confirms that someone's obviously butchered the inside, which I didn't quite understand. I mean, the one good aspect is that the only way to fully restore this is that undo my other one and then trace where the wires go to see where they went on this section to get the radio working. But that still doesn't stop with the record player, and obviously, like you said, I would say it's a good 80% there, but not the other 20% is obviously butchery's been done on the record side. Now looking at that, and all I've done, I've managed to get the cassette working. So So yeah, I think you're right. I think in that, cut all ties, put it back together, clean her up, get your money back. Oh, that, my God, that record player, seriously, just, and I'm not joking, it seriously just, it anchors everything in. It really adds a bit of weight. I mean, if you want the honest truth, this is probably much better off as a parts. Much better off as just as parts only. Like, you know, because like you said, to actually get bits from one from another. Like if you want to take a bit off if something breaks and things like that. Yeah, that does look like a beast. It's a shame, really, Mr. Glass Panel, because, like you said, it's too far gone. Obviously, I've obviously soldered the chip in, put it all in, got part of the sand coming out on one side, but in the end, it was obviously getting too much, because now I've just found out that it's now got cut wires, so someone's been in this before, which is a damn shame, because like you said, but you can actually see that this is what I'm saying. Let me show you, because the light won't pick it up. Look, this is what I'm saying. Look, they've ripped all the complete head out. Look, the wires are all ripped out from the head, so obviously this is on side B, and that's completely all ripped out and stripped. So obviously someone's just took it out, just thought, fuck it, cut the wires, I ain't bothered. And side A on the record, on the other side, on the top part of the platter, which is up here. I don't know how well it can actually come in. I'll try and do my best. Don't do it any justice. Up here, we've got side A, and the bottom one is side B. This is how it plays both records. But the stylus is missing, and we've got one wire missing on that point. I think they have 4 wires, don't they? Has that got 4 wires or 3? Oh no, it is 3 wires. So that one, all that leaves is a stylus. But what's the point? It can't bloody play anything anyway. So obviously this is the issue we've got. So someone's obviously has been in here. On that front, which is, like you said, it's a shame, because like 90% of this stuff on there, but yeah, it definitely is. I think it's a bit of a, it is a bit of a shame what they've done to this up front, but. So I've got to put another screw in up this end to tie that one in, and then I can screw these top bits down with that bit of plastic. So I've got to find, where's the other screw gone? Fucking don't weigh something though. Seriously, you wouldn't want to drop this. Fucking enough go over bang if you did. I don't know what that was off. I found that inside, like a bit of plastic or something. Oh, I know what that is. That's the top part of the plastic bit that went on the front there. There you go. Oh no, I've dropped it again inside. For fuck's sake. No, don't. I just dropped it, you know, oh, that'll be alright, leave it in there. It's like this, right? I've got the remote to this, but lost the bloody back to it, right? For the back side, for this Logitech, for this TV screen. So I've just had to use a bit of cardboard, and it's like things like that. I'll just move my picture. Obviously, fucking, don't want to ruin my shell suit. can't find out the bloody screws. Don't know where they've gone. Mind you, I've got my pot of screws, you know, so I can always source some screws out, so it's not an issue. Well, that's bolted in now, so that's nicely bolted into that section. So now I can put the cover, plastic cover, back on top of that, which is this one here. That's the top and bottom plate. Snapped off, is it? No, that's not snapped. I think so. No. It looked like it was snapped. It was just the way they've shaped it on here. That's it. And then I put the two screws in at the top there with the VZ, which I forgot what one's VZ. I think it'll be them, is it? I think it's going to be them. Were, because that is screwing it. That wasn't, so it's one of these, the fine thread, which is that one there. Huh? Oh, I see. There you go. It wasn't clipped in properly. Right, it is now. Again, what's going on there? Cool. That's it. That holds all that in plate. That then closes all up. Cool. That's good. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's it. Right. Where's that other belt? Because I might be able to put that other belt back onto this. Just clip this back on. There you go. Nicely. Yeah. We've got one at the bottom there that I've got to put in. I can... Right, top ones are in. This is all bolted up. I've got to take these out, obviously. Put them back in. So put them in temporary. I think what I'm going to need to do is just give them a quick clean. Let's get the vinegar. That's why I wanted this. I'll just give Bronson a whole apple. He's just, that's one of them big what's them apples on it. Look, he's got an apple on there. Guess that apple. Guess it. He's threw the apple down. You can't make out what it is. He thinks it's a ball. Guess it, Bones. Give me the apple. Give me it. Guess it. Bless him. He can't make out what it is. So he's going to chew he'll chew it up here and think it's a bloody ball. Oh fuck it, just give him an apple. That'll keep him quiet. Yeah, that'll keep him quiet. Don't know how long. He's already bit a chunk out of it, I can see it. Cool, it's going to stink of vinegar. I'm trying to get some of the mould off. Because it literally is covered. Thinks it's a ball. Peter, I'm not joking here, chew that in half. Fucking eat. What he's done to it already? He's fucking bit a chunk out, man. Swallowed half of it. That was a whole apple. I didn't even bother cutting it up. Seriously? Look, he's chewed it up. It's bits on the floor. He's broken it up in sections. Well, I know in future, I'll just give him an apple to chew on. Obviously, he might thought, oh, that's all right, I've got an apple there. Fucking, he's broke that up, there's not much left of it. Well, he's pestering me for something to eat. I went, yeah, I'll take an apple. He could cracks me up. Nope, he's at it. There's nothing left of the apple now, it's just a few little bits on the floor. Oh, Boxman, I think you ain't getting another one. You better pick all them bits up off that carpet, Dick. I'm trying to get off this green mildew off. It won't come off. This has been in the shed, isn't it? You know this has been in the shed. I can't believe he's got a whole fucking apple, chewed it up. That's why these mastiffs have got fucking bad reputation. Their jawline is big. It's like, you know, the XLs and the all from like different ranges, from the cane coursers, obviously the Italian. What's the other ones? There's so many different bloody breeds on these. Descendants. They're descendants from the Romans. Yeah, I said, I can't get over it, he's just like that. That was funny. Fucking literally butchered that. And there's nothing left on the carpet, except for a few strags that was left. But that was a whole apple, pip and all. He's had the pip with it. He obviously ain't bothered. If he had tin foil, what's a pip? So, it obviously don't make no difference to Bronson. Oh my God, look at the state of this. It's even worse on this side. I have some magic stuff for cleaning items. I can't tell you what it is. It's my own recipe, but it's the best I've ever seen for cleaning electrical stuff. Be clean. Photo. It's yellow foam liquid. Yes. Obviously, heavy corrosion. Oh, fucking Jesus. I would say even that's going to be a challenge. Obviously, the best I can go is vinegar. That's not only disgusting, that's revolting. I mean, literally green mildew. Oh Jesus, it absolutely stinks and all. I hate the smell of vinegar. I'll just see if this will clean it. Fuck yeah. Can't believe Bobsy's just fucking swallowed that. That's unbelievable. It's actually quite funny and all. I didn't think you'd eat it, to be honest. I only want to clean the buttons because the buttons come through and you'll see all the green mildew. Yeah, I thought, right, okay, Mr. Pico. Oh, funny as hell. I'll send you some next time. I'll post something and I'll tell you what I think of the clean. Yes. Please do, sir. I'd like to put it to a review of the magic liquid to see if we can get rid of green mildew. Hence, that might have been handy because I have never seen mildew bonded to plastic that won't come off. I've never seen that before. That one's new and on me. It won't even get green. It won't even get green mildew off. Seriously? No, still ain't coming off. That's vinegar. It stinks. It's got a right onto it. It smells like a fish shop. Come on, it's got to come. No, well, it's got some off. That goes off just to the clean white vinegar, multi-purpose, works wonders. Well, I won't go that far, but you know, it's yeah, that's bonded to plastic, mate. That ain't going nowhere. Well, that's about as best I'm going to ever get that. I ain't going to sit there for about 20 minutes trying to scrub to get all that crap off anyway. So, no, it can stay on there. So, It's clean. It's as good as it's ever going to get. Mind you, seeing there, I've just realised there's all green up here as well. Fucking yuck. Hang on, Mr. Peak. I'll read your message, sir. Oh my God, it's absolutely revolting. Well, that sort of helped, but it didn't get all the green off, but it's got some of it off. It's the buttons, isn't it? I mean, obviously the buttons are going to be on show. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's. I've got some of that off. Not all of it. It won't do. Try lemon juice. I haven't got any lemon juice, so I can't help you there. That front. The bicarbonated soda's all gone bad. I would have tried a bit of that with some oh, I didn't see that, Mr. Pico. Look at what I just found in the corner. That confirms to what I said, sir. Rust. Not just a one. You know, it's obviously like, you know, this is 100% been in a shed or in a garage, somewhere in damp conditions. I've only just noticed that damp. You know, it's rust everywhere, completely rusted. So yeah, this has been in a very damp environment. It's obviously someone's pulled it out, plugged it in, thought it ain't working, sell it for parts at the end of the day. But we can breathe. We can breathe. We did well, which we did. To be honest, I have took out the original chip, so I know the original chip out of this is working 100%. Just a shame. I thought I might be able to have thought we might have had a little bit of luck there. It's like you said, it's probably worth more in parts than trying to sell it complete. It does make sense. I haven't got much room as it is in my front room. It's looking. They keep adding more stuff to me, which I don't really want, to be honest. So I need it gone as sharply as possible. Let's plug her back in. Let me confirm it now. Obviously. Well, I can hear the motor spinning. I can hear a motor spinning up. Well, it won't go anywhere because obviously it can't turn anything. But we have got tape spin, which is out. That was me. Right. So yeah, the tape is actually spinning. Got tape spin on that one. Hold up. What's up with that? Why is that? Oh, we got tape jam. Try them. Ha! I'll try an hammer. Right, turn it off. Now the tape's jammed up. Now we can't get the tape there. Oh, that's nice. Oh, you got to love technology in you. Obviously, I now put a tape in that now. Now I can't get the frigging tape out. Looks like the tape's all fucking jammed up. I can hear tape. I can hear that going. Hear that going. I reckon that's come off the wheel. because I think that's what it is. I'm just gonna. I can hear things whirling around, so I'm sure they can fathom it out at the end of the day. So that motor's spinning round. Obviously, can't tell the platter because he's trying to turn that, you know, the motor around in there, and I think that's what you can hear humming, going drone noise going around. So I think right, next case is then obviously. Oh yeah, is that bit that's fell out? That's what I wanted. Ah, it's got a bit of plastic missing. Broken on the other side. That's probably why it can't. That's what that other bit of plastic was for. Then I think I'll see. I think that is it's supposed to slotted over, and then it holds into play. So obviously it holds like that with the plastic, and I think then I won't put that back, or unless I can plonk a little bit of glue over it at the end of the day, so it wouldn't hurt to bung a. Where's the old super stuff? Oh god, don't tell you it's gone back in its. I thought for a minute I couldn't get it out. Yeah, this has got too many multiple issues. Far too many. I think it's got to the point where it's not viable for fixing. It's just not. Let me see if I can plonk some super stuff over that. Lovely, look at that. Plonk it over, get it on there. Oh, for crying out loud. Why does everything just hate me all of a sudden? No. I'll have to tidy this desk up. I'm constantly tidying this fucking desk up. It's done my head in, seriously. I've never known a desk to have to be constantly tidied. Mine does. Mine's one of those desks that, you know, you've got to tidy it on a very regular basis. Right, a little bit of super. A little bit of super on that one. Oh, right. It's that strong, isn't it? Obviously, I have to get that bond or something. Get that a minute to bond. Look at that. Snugging a bug in a rug. Right, just don't move it. Don't sneeze, don't move it, leave it alone. Bronson's gone back out the kitchen, he's at his apple. What he made a meal out of that. Right, so while we're waiting for that, we'll move this to one side. Now the tape's played up again, which it was working, and it's now not working. No surprise. Okay, straight at this. Look. What the heck are they? What's been in this? Looks like it literally. I've never seen anything like that. I'm not touching that. That is a no. That is no going on that front at all. Obviously, we've got this issue here. I'm not going to be able to do nothing with that. And the corrosion. We got more green corrosion going on. Green slightly. I think I might have overpaid for this, just ever so slightly. Slime. Ever so slightly. Green corrosion. We love a bit of green corrosion. Do you know what? I very much doubt to put this in the put this actually into the dishwasher. I can give it a clean because that is nasty. Put it on a 50-degree wash because I'm not going to be funny. I don't think it's going to make any difference. But it might strip some of this bloody dirt out of it. But I don't want to dirt my dishwasher up. Look at the crap in here. Look, I mean that's some serious. That is some serious nastiness. That is no exaggeration. That's all what's for that. As long as it looks good on the outside. Oh, nasty. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get that green mould off. Compare it to my one. My one's 500 times better than this. It's literally... Mind you, it don't clean up too bad. I mean, there's nothing really missing off it. It's just that they've left it in such a terrible state. It just really wanted a little bit of a clean up. So actually, it ain't come up too bad. Could have been worse. Hello, Bonsall. Tonsil. Where is it, that Bonsall? No, he's eating the rest of the bits off the apple now that he's put on the floor. God, I can't believe he's just ate a whole apple. Hello, Mister. Mister. Is that Mr. Bonzi? Bless him. Bonsall, come here. Get your ass up there, mister. So they keep going out in the kitchen. What's up with you, crank? Right, go for that. Right, well, alright, get rid of that bit there. That little bit there. I think that'll do on the inside of that. Let's just give it a quick wipe on the outside. 7 people. God, this. Oh, well. Well, she ain't cleaned up too bad. I mean, it's not like. Obviously, I'm going to have to wash my hands after, but really, I should have put gloves on. And I don't think how much years of grime it's been left in this shed. It's definitely been in a garage or a shed. And look at the amount of bugs and other bits that all fell out inside. Yeah, not not the greatest. Oh yeah, that's what I was looking for. Have a pot. No, Bronson's gone back out in the kitchen again. Mad he is, that Bronson. Someone seemed to bring something big in, he just sort of like, he runs. Absolutely mad. Right. How is that? Is that stuck a bit? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So we can put all this loveliness back in. Oh yeah, before you do that, I thought I forgot something. This has got to go back in. Which is the plate. Yeah, I've got to put these back in. Oh, for rats. Rats behind. Won't that go? Let's see if these. I don't know. Yeah. Right, so I've got the spring. I forgot to put the bloody spring back in to the bottom part of this, so she had to go back in. It's the to take the record out. I think it's something to do with the. Something on that. She's pushed back into play. Yes. Lovely. They're all guided up. The buttons are guided up. Power supply is guided up. The reset works. That won't tune in because there's obviously no buttons sides, right? What I can do now is flip her over. The weight of that alone will keep that anchored down quite nicely. It stinks of vinegar. Now this is where I could do with my. Let me go and get me. Oh no, I don't have to because I've got the bits here. So where's the bit? Yeah, of course not. I've already got the bit. Now there was another one that went there that pulled that in, but it doesn't matter. The main thing is she is pulled back. Obviously I've got to source the Windows thing ones out. The eject, it does eject. For some reason. She's cleaned up. She's a lot better than what she originally was. So I've got to admit, it was really nasty and grubby on that front. Yeah, button feels like they're jammed. I can hear that motor spinning, the servo. And we got a green light. So it's sort of like it's trying to look for the motor side to it, obviously. And I can hear the motor spinning. So yeah, right back to where she was originally. I just need to source some of these screws out, which I will have a quick look. But oh yeah, did this have a, this had an eject button, didn't it? It does. The eject button still works then. Which is cool. Yeah, the soft mechanism does work. I've just got to put a bolt back into this Source another one out, which I think I've got a couple of them I can source out, so it's not an issue. But the main thing is she is put back together. It's about as clean as I'm ever going to get. I'm not going to go too mad, like you said, you know. But 90% of it's now put back, so I can get this advertised and so on. I've got to go, bud, about 8 o'clock, so I've got family. No worries, my friend. Thank you, Pico. Obviously, if you've got your family, no worries, my friend. It's nice to have family over. Oh, well, Mr. Pico, I did put your badge up. Bloody thing keeps knocking it down. So, yeah, I think I need to source some screws for this. Don't know what they've done here, but fucking Jesus, made a right hashtag out of it. What is the day? Is it? I can't even. Do you know what? I don't even know what. Oh, Saturday. Right, I see. I've even forgot what bloody day it was. I had to think for a minute, but what? So I need to source some screws out. So let's source a. Where was them other screws in that bag? Was that him? No. Oh yeah, where's the other bloody look? I'm going, where's the other screw? Fucking found it there, look. Here's the other two screws that I was looking for. Bloody hell, it was buried all underneath here. For crying out loud. Right, okay. Oh yeah, there was the other part of that bloody thing that was broke, which I was looking for. And where's that other part of that clip? Wow. Don't think there was any more because that was, oh, and one down here, yeah, where the arrows are. So that was the final one. That's it. That was the last two remaining because they got arrows where these go. So hopefully that should have finished that off. Of screwing all this properly back together, and we did have an emergency at the back, which the emergency does work. So just need to source some of these out. So let's have a look. Let's see what we got in a magic pot. Should have another. Let's see if I can source another two of them out. You might be able to. You might be lucky. You never know. This pot's worked out wonders so far. I'm off in 30 minutes. No worries, my friend. No worries. It's bloody annoying though. I found the other bloody screw for it, which I couldn't find. So yes, obviously. Family always come first. It's nice to have. I do like to have family over. I don't, unfortunately. I've never had family over. Don't get that. I've never had this since the 22 years I've been here. So it's just that a lot of my family I don't get on with, unfortunately. They had nothing but trouble. But that's what families do. They can give problems. That look, made to measure. Oh man, that was designed for that. Yeah. Still some more of that black frigging gunk. Where the frigging hell does that come from? Well, that ain't coming off. I've got another one of them. See, that's why I like a pot of screws. I do love a pot of screws because you guarantee you're going to find something that's going to fit. The only downside is, can you find 2 for 2? Chances are, no. Well, that's a pisser. Oh. Oh no. No, we ain't got another one. Boogers. Hold up. Can I put them in its place instead? Nah. Oh, that's a shame. Might have thought I could try and use one of those countersunk screws. Might have gone in there. No, it's obviously too small. Nearly. Alright. Alright, but about one of them then. No. Boogers. No. Oh. Well, that's disappointing. Well, I found one. Well, it's good enough. I mean, it will stop the top part from coming anyway, so... yeah. Bronson's come back in here. No, he has. Is he going back out? No, he's come back in here. It's coming Pester. Ah, the Pester. We know that, Mr. Pesters. It's that Bonsals. Bad Bonsals. Choose apples up on the floor. Bad bundles. What an old bonbon. Well, that's not done too bad. So I'll put one screw up there, just so that I've got one missing up here, which is frustrating because it sort of looks like it. But I hate bloody things missing. Oh, it's one of my eights. Thinking, you nearly got there. Not quite. Oh my god. Let me move the camera. Now, obviously, due to the where was that other screw where that was supposed to have gone? Because we had another. No, fine. Yeah, this is going to want to wipe out inside. Well, I would say that is... It's a shame I can't find another bloody screw for that window. Because that's really bloody frustrated me, that. Because like you said, it's a lot better than what it was originally. And it does look a lot cleaner. Got rid of all that nasty gunk. Screws back. Ah, I can put these back there. So yeah, it does look a hell of a lot cleaner. I can't get all of that green. Obviously, that's took it down to the plastic. It's gone green on that front, but that is complete corrosion. Yeah, that's green, all right. It's like I should have used Silic Bang. I don't think even that would have shifted it somehow. It makes me laugh. A little bit more corrosion off that top part. It's got a hell of a lot of bloody corrosion. It seriously has. But comparing to where it originally was, I'd say it's cleaned up a lot bloody. Ace, Mr. Ace, Mr. Ace is in the house. Hey. Mr. Ace, I think you upset Mr. Dave's unbranded. Obviously, I put the chip in this, Mr. Ace. Put the microchip in that we needed. The big power amplifier chip. Nah, if I'd have known, I wasted 4 bloody hours putting it all back together. Done all the belt system, replaced all the belts, put it all back together. We still never got nothing. Until I thought, Mr. Pico recommended take the chip back out, which I did. And when I looked at the bloody side, someone spliced all the wires. They cut all the frigging wires out, which is all to do with the radio. So obviously we had no radio, so that's why we couldn't get the radio to work. So yeah, if I'd have known that 4 hours ago, I wouldn't have wasted putting the bloody chip in it and on that front. But they done it sneakily where they tucked it inside so you couldn't get to see it. It was only because I was moving. I thought, let's investigate it. And as soon as I undone it, the wires all come out, and there was about 4 wires being spliced off. So yeah, pretty gutted, to be honest. Just try to get rid of all the mould. Obviously, I paid £50 for the UK money, so that would have been what, roughly around about $80. I would have paid about $70, $80, give or take. Sounds about right. It don't matter because I can get my money back, so I can recuperate of the stuff I've lost. All I've done was basically just took the chip out of it, because getting the chips for these, the original chips, is very difficult, very difficult, because it's retro that front. So yeah, I need to put the screws back underneath on that front. Oh, where's the plate gone? That's a good question. Right, okay. Excuse me. Very gassy, that stuff. That's bicarbonated water that does that. Bang, the dirt is gone. There you go, she's back into play. And she's all back. The only thing is I can't source that one screw. Oh well, it was going to shoot. Yeah, I'm going to shoot, so I'll catch you tomorrow. No worries, Pico. Thank you so much, my friend. Much appreciated you popping in as a stream as always, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Say hello to your family for me, wouldn't you? You know, and I will catch you tomorrow, my friend. I do like Mr. Pico. Very useful. A bit like Mr. Watkels, very knowledgeable. It's good to know. It's definitely good to know. Well, Mr. Watkels, I don't think I'm going to be able to do much more on this. Obviously, I've cleaned her up. Got most of all of the mould on that front. Obviously, oh, there's a bit of mould there. I have took a lot of mould off this now. I think where they just stored this into a shed and they just obviously left it to its elements. It's got too many issues. Obviously, I could probably find the trace of that on that front, but I've got to try and source a screw for this bit because I hate things flapping around. Obviously, I've done this side, and again, I can't get all that green mould off. I mean, it looks like it's gone right down into the plastic. So, yeah, thank you, Pico. Catch you later, my friend. Obviously, the mould has gone too far in. Yeah, if Stu's in, yeah, I don't know if Stu's in. He's saying it is 8 in the chat, so I don't know who's. There could be lurkers, lurkers. Obviously, yeah. And you, my friend, have a great evening. At least I cleaned it. Dave. How do you like sit, Dave? I missed. Well, obviously, I think it was one of the comments you actually turned around and said, "What's this? A chat channel or is it a repair channel?" I think he was only mucking about. At the end of the day, there's some people don't know how to take it, do they? So it is what it is. It's all in good fun. That's the way I look at it. You shouldn't be streaming if you can't take a bit of fun. As Clint Eastwood always says, why so serious? Well, indeed. So, right, obviously, I can't get no more green mould off that front. So, I can look at all the bits. There was all dead spiders. There was bits of webs in there. Fucking bits of foam. And I cleaned all this. Oh, and there was a screw that come out. I don't know where that's gone. And a bit of plastic that broke off. So, obviously I've used half a bleeding bog roll to get half the crap out of it. So obviously I've kept the chip. So obviously I'm going to keep the chip on that front end. There's no point trying to sell it with the chip in. Because I paid £18 for a chip. So I'll keep it for mine. Because I know it does work it. So it's not an issue. Let's see how I got on with that. Obviously, I can get that re-advertised and then get my money back. Let's have a look to see if this fucking epoxy Commodore. Obviously, these epoxy plastic lugs. I fucking hate these things. They are a nightmare. Now, obviously, I did put a little bit of super crap on it. Let's see how we got on. Yeah. Because these are always breaking. They always break, and that's the only thing. Let's have a look to see if we can put that back on the obviously Mr. Worms, he's working on my Atari boards. It looks like he's done quite well on that. He said he's got to source a capacitor out, but the trace damage was quite bad. So hopefully, I'm hoping it's back up and working, because obviously it was working. I fucking butchered it. Obviously he's done quite well with actually trying to get the trace repairs done. Right. Now this is going to be the moment of truth. I'm hoping them caps, I'm hoping them end plastic lugs ain't going to be right. Moment of truth. You've got to put these in first. What it is, these epoxy Commodores, it's got the most crappiest design going, and I'll say the crappiest design going. They've got a slot into these epoxy, these little bits here, and these are always notorious of breaking, and they can't take the punishment. Obviously, being nearly when did the Commodores come out? 1981. Sounds about right. On that front, but every time I tighten it up, this bloody end comes loose. No, but I've done this last time. I put all the bloody screws in it and it still come loose. What's going on? Right. I think it was these screws here. Alright, let's bung these ones back in. Did it? No. Fucking typical, isn't it? That fucking spinning round. It's going around like a spinning top. Ain't going nowhere. Right, oh well. That's got to come out. Oi, it's the only thing with these old retro things, they are finicky as hell. Yeah. I didn't think I'd get all that green mould off, to be honest. I thought that was wish I'd have done that fucking 4 hours ago though. I wouldn't have had to waste fucking putting the epoxy chip in and then take the chip back out. Yeah, God, stinks of vinegar now. Jesus. I think it's that rag. I put so much vinegar to try and neutralise the smell of all that, and get all that mould off. Oh. What is it with these? They're not great. Yeah, that's a bit. Well, it's a bit better. I mean, it's not great. I mean, that's the only thing with these epoxy clips. Still got a little bit of movement compared to, you know, not the. I wouldn't say that they're the best. I think it's just the way they've done these old bread bins. At the end of it, you know, they're like frigging nuisance. I think it's the way they manufactured them. No. So obviously that clip is not really done nothing, is it? It's fucking glued it all up and it ends up still not bleeding. I don't think I'm ever going to solve that issue. I mean, it is, but it just annoys me to think that I do like a nice snug fit. I mean, obviously these don't fit right anyway because obviously these all looks offset with the plastics. I mean, fuck me, look how much gap there is. There shouldn't be that much gap. These should be snug. But again, you've got like gaps here and like they're overlapped. Like this side's overlapped as well. I mean, they're just literally, don't get me wrong, I do like the old cherry keys. They put me on one of the BBC Micro. But that does annoy me when that, you know, because obviously that one bleeding clip. But, well, I'm not going to keep hammering on to this one because obviously it's going to drive me up the wall and it'll go out the window. So I'd rather not. I'm going to just put it back. One thing I do need to do is have a massive tidy up on here. Obviously I've used a tube of glue up. I've got all these extra screws. I don't know where all these screws come from. I've got more screws now. I did have more screws earlier on, so I don't know where these have all come from. I've got 3 screws up here. I can't remember what I took apart. I've took so many things apart now I can't remember. What was it? Got rusty screws on that one. Black and that's why I end up with more bloody screws in my pot. Thinking, well, what have you took them out of? I haven't got a clue. Right. And I don't think that bloody discharge capacitor thing's working properly and all. Because I tried to discharge a capacitor on it. I didn't get nothing. So I don't know if it's discharged it or not. Mickey Mouse. I think these are out of an Xbox 360, you know. That's what these are out of. I think I know. Oh, But I don't know what these are out of. What did I take these out of? I can't recall. I took them out of something. I don't think that chip will go in one in boxes, will I? I don't think it will. Or will it? Let's try one. I would have liked to put the chip in the box, to be honest. Obviously, this chip being the size of it, will it go in? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I suppose it would do. If I put it in an anti-static bag, or just wrapped it up really tight. Will it still go in then? No, it won't, because obviously the bags obviously took the thing out of it. Well, I just have to put it in an anti-static bag and fold it up that way. It should do anyway. You shouldn't really put them in plastic, anything like that, because it creates static charge. Card's going to stop it, isn't it? Mr. Worms, I did see your work, Mr. Worms. You have done a marvellous job. Thank you, sir, so much. I'm glad you're on that front. Obviously, you haven't got to the point yet where you've tested it, because obviously, look at the hours and the work that's got involved. So I'm keeping fingers crossed, sir. I'm definitely keeping fingers crossed. Hopefully, she will be back up and running. Will that go in there? No. Fucking typical, isn't it? It will not go in that pot. Oh well, that summed that up. So the answer to that question is no, she will not go in that pot. I will read your message, sir. Nah, it's kind of ugly, but it's on purpose. It's what you give it. It's much strength as possible. Yes, I mean, because at the end of the day, regardless, I mean, you're not going to see it anyway. So, look, the bottom line is, why do you think I stopped when I did? When I said to you, when I was, obviously took the chip out. Them boards are the most sensitive type of boards I've ever worked on. They're just like the Atari 2600s, also the ZX Spectrum 81s to the ZX Plus. Yeah, they're really delicate, and they are. I'm afraid to say, I can't stress enough that they do not. They're old, exactly. So they're not like the Xbox, the PS5s, and the Xbox Series X's, where they're multi-layer board. They have to be extra thick to take the resistance heat what all in components have. Well, these boards weren't. These boards are as old as me, some of them, and exactly. So yeah, they are. I'm afraid you won't be able to. You can't expect miracles from them. This is why they are the most hardest things to work on. Yeah, if you use too much heat, they're just they're exactly. Obviously, I know that by Luke at Retro 6. He says that's why he's reversed engineered a lot of these boards. And the worst ones by far that end up going got to be the Game Gears. The Game Gears and the Atari Lynxes. Any of them, the boards just go. They just go to pot. There's not a lot you can do. There's really not. That's why. But they still charge 45 quid. But the trouble is, they're not worth nothing. Because the time you end up buying all of the boards of everything else and redoing it, you're going to be looking close to over £200 to put it all right. Where's the logic in that? Buying it for 45 quid when you're taking everything off that board, you don't know if there's got multiple issues. You're just throwing money away, So you've got to know when to stop, and that's just it. And that's the point exactly. So. Yeah, but they're different. The Atari boards, there's obviously not getting many of them now, so, unfortunately. What What time did Mr. Dave Unbranded finish? Because I went to bed at 9. I had to be up. I had to take the dog out. Mum wanted to go shopping. So I don't think I've ever played that game he was playing on. I don't know what game it was. Obviously, I don't play much. I don't get much time to play a bloody gaming because it's like you said. It's trying to get jobs done, and I'm too bleeding knackered. I don't know. It was like there's still the I don't know if he still does the Ataris. It seems like he's dropped fixing and a lot of his stuff. Yeah. Yes, exactly. I mean, you know, it's like everything, isn't it? You've got to have constant work, or, you know, I mean, it's different with my type of stuff. I mean, I'm getting bits from the hospice all the time, but even that, I've had to tell them to stop because I can't move in here. It's getting out of hand. My front room is really not a front room anymore. It's now just it's now storage. It literally is. I've had to tell them to stop. Don't give me no more stuff. I can't fix half this gear because I'm running into problems of getting parts at the end of the day. So they've really dropped another 2 consoles off yesterday. I didn't even looked at them. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like MK. Mr. M, I love MK. He cracks me up. Absolutely. I like him when he's drunk because he seems to be much more cheerful. So some people can't, when they obviously had too much to drink, they rather get aggressive. I can't drink full stop, so I'd just rather not go down one. But Mr. MK has me, he absolutely has me in stitches. He's more funnier when he's drunk. It seems like it brings his character out more, and I like that. It really is. So yes, hats off to Mr. MK on that front. But yeah. So yeah, I can't. Obviously, I've got most of the green mould off. Obviously, I'm gonna have to wash my hands because I've got fucking crap everywhere. And this rag absolutely reeks of vinegar and green mould. Obviously, wasted all my time and effort putting that bloody chip on, soldering the chip, doing it all up, and then realise after, well, why aren't the radio working? Yeah, someone spliced the bloody wires. They cut about 4 wires off. No plug. I don't even know. I think I know roughly where they go, but it's obviously still not going to fix it. So it's too many multiple things wrong with the board. The tape. I managed to get the tape up and running, but no sound. All we got was just like silence. So it needs a complete full recap. It's just too far gone. Whoever's done it, they've just done a right hashtag on it. It sounds. Yeah, the sounds of silence. So what I did manage to do was take the chip back out because the chip cost me 18 quid and it had to come from China. So I thought, well, the chip does work because we could hear the crackling when we was pushing the buttons. So I thought, right, we'll keep the chip for your own. So I thought, well, that's fair enough. But then what happened? I put it all back together. Then the bloody tape stopped working. I think it's jumped off its track, and then I couldn't get the tape out. I thought quite out loud. So, yes, so Mr. Pico had to go on that front. But, yeah, besides that, I thought, well, it's coming up to about 8 o'clock on that front. I thought I was going to have a cup. Yeah, it's one of them. So, yes, I'm afraid it was, Mr. Worms. You're 100%. It's one of them days. But at least I tried. I tried and failed because obviously that had too many issues on it. That's all right. I paid 50 for it, but I'll get me 50 back because I cleaned it all up. It's true. Mr. Pico recommended is that, you know, clean them up, put it back, you get your money back. All I've done was took the chip out of it. At least you keep me the chip. Yeah, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, obviously, I can't order no stuff at the moment because one, I'm still waiting for after the things. I'm waiting for one item to come, and I personally can't see it coming by because literally Thursday is Christmas Day, you know, and I honestly can't see this being arrived. And I'm getting confused because one minute they're saying it's in the UK, then the next minute it's saying it's in the Netherlands. I wish they'd make their bloody mind up because I don't know where this. Obviously, I ordered the same power supply as Mr. PCDE on this phone, and it's been very vague indeed on this phone. All it does is give me a tracking update for the 20th, which is today. Package arrived at pickup point. Fat lot of good that does, because I ain't got a Scooby what that is. But yes, I did see the where was it? Hold up. Yeah, there you go. So yes, this is obviously the some of the lovely artwork that you've done on that front. I can see why when it was said about trace work. It's obviously, yeah, I'm not saying that I couldn't do it, but obviously you're much better than what I am. I would have made a right hashtag out of that and probably would have made it worse. So on that front, and like you said, you're not going to see it anyway, to be honest. So regardless to on that front, I won't really worry. The main thing is, so long as it's getting it back up and running, and all I wanted to do is put a bloody socket on it so we can just test the RAMs, because the others are all being seated, and then just take them out one by one. Yeah, you see the blobby panel pins. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know why you've done it. It's just like you said, it's so it just gives it agility, so it don't break the connections or anything like that. But like you said, you won't see it in that front. So just hoping that it will power back up. Obviously, because dim traces are top and bottom, they have to talk to each other. Obviously, the bottom pins go round, and the top bit goes to all the RAM, and then it talks back to the bottom again, so it makes a complete circuit. So you won't really know until you try it. But like you said, you've had to take a few caps off to get to it. So they're not the easiest to do. It's like you said, you that goes off to you, sir, to actually what you've done. I'll put it back. Yeah, when I put it all back in below, and I'll see the better soldering. But yeah, I mean, I think the best thing first is just to get her back up and running. Don't worry about it at the moment, just to see if she still runs. Like we can get a picture to boot back up in that front. But that goes to show on the difficulty level, and this is what I said, on the difficulty level, how difficult that is to actually try to take one of them out. And that was soldered top and bottom. Oh my God. You know, I cannot believe that is the most difficult thing to do, because obviously them balls are ultra thin. They don't take too kind to eat, even with a soldering iron. How the bloody are you supposed to get them out? This is what I'm saying. You know, you end up, and that was just doing one. Can you imagine doing a bank of? There was about 18 of them poxy things. Can you imagine taking 18 of them out? You'd damage the ball beyond the point where it says it won't be worth it. Yeah, I wonder how they made them in the first place. It's true. Yeah, I was a stronger one. That I guess it was stronger when it was new. Yeah, I suppose like you said, there was much more agility in them balls when they first got launched. Obviously now they're antiques, like all antiques. You know, handling them with caution, you know, is because they don't take. It's like, you know, you're a bit heavy-handed, and you think, yeah, that'll come out. Fucking too late. You've now damaged it. Thanks a lot. You think, right, that's it. But it is what it is. It can't be helped, you know, at the end of the day. So, yeah, fingers crossed. I think it'll be all right. I think you've done some marvellous work on it. So, yes, compared, like I said. But, yeah, you know, if not, if in doubt, get the glue. get the glue out. If in doubt, get the glue out at the end of the day. Or as Mr. MK says, it's the Mr. Chill and Relax that don't pay tax. I love that one. That fucking tickled me, that did. He had me in stitches. I nearly fell off the chair through laughing. And then he started with the Furbies. I went, oh no. That's it. He said, he's trying to palm me off with a Furby. I don't want no more Furbies. So, yes, I'm afraid to say he really made my day on that front. Look, bless him. So, yeah, I can't wait for MK to stream again. Does make me laugh. So yeah, I think I'm going to call that. And thank you, Mr. Worms, for reminding me, because Mr. Rockhouse reminded me, as well as Mr. Pico and everyone else, and Falcon on that front. So yes, I think what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to leave it there, because obviously I need to wash up, and obviously, yes, it's a charity stream tomorrow. Yes, no, was it 5:30? Did they say 5:30? Ace, thanks for popping in, my friend. Andy, Andy, what time are you streaming? Oh, it's 5:30. Yeah, it's 5. I thought it was 5:30. At least I can get an hour in before I go out, because obviously I'm going out tomorrow. I'm meeting all the lads. So we're going on the lads night tomorrow. Pub first, and then we're going out for, I don't know if we're going for an Indian or they want to go carvery. So we'll have to wait and see. I ain't bothered, whatever. I ain't driving, so... Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for joining in, and I will see you in the next stream. So, yes, Mr. Williams, thank you very much. Well, you've done a great job. And I will catch you lurkers again tomorrow. Obviously, it will be tomorrow, because it is. So, thanks very much. Catch you later, guys.